egg, 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 egg,
Like the Friday.
egg, egg, egg,
Trick or treat.
egg, egg,
Me and my whole friend group got COVID 'cause of my Halloween party this weekend. This is exactly what I need.
egg, egg, egg,
Bah!
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
Good. It's me. I'm the streamer today. How you guys doing?
Yep, it sure is you.
It's always been me. Behind it all. I've been behind everything. I am the one that controls it all.
Yes,
egg,
it's true.
Yeah. How you doing, guys? It's me, Jody. Hope you're ready to hear me read your book.
Yeah, go ahead, read the book.
Okay, one second. I've got it right here. Alright, let me Long, long ago, the world was in an age of chaos. Among this chaos, in the tranquil kingdom of Hyrule, the legends of the Triforce, golden artifacts possessing untold mystical power, was handed down over the generations.
Okay, alright, anyway, hi!
Okay. Sorry. Whoa!
Sorry.
New model.
Yes.
Car battery! Ow.
Not me. You got what? Oh
No,
shit!
strange.
I have to turn that off. Hi. Yeah, it's me. It's Flesh Queen. 1 billion years ago, we did a donation
Subathon?
marathon, no, a donathon, and it was like, ooh. I need more. If we reach this much, I'll do.
Ow.
React to it. Yes, very good, very good.
Jesus
Very good.
Christ.
Yes.
According
Very
to
good.
So, you can kill me today, so.
Yeah, my health bar is like everything is like transferred to her today. So
Yeah,
if you guys kill me, then you kill
Yeah, I have to
You
change
don't.
model.
Yes, if you deplete the health bar, then it's hers.
It's
Ow,
mine.
Wait, shit, Pavlov. I was not hit. There was a donation marathon, and one of
Should have
the
reset the fucking
and one-
health bar. It's nearly drained.
You want me to reset it?
Yeah, reset. I don't want it to. I've only got one extra model. I don't want to make it too easy for them.
Fair enough. Okay.
There we go. Thank you.
And one of the, I think the highest thing that we reached was for me to do a face cam stream, and I've been like, oh, I should do it, but I could not, I didn't have the mental fortitude, but now I do, and here we are, hi!
She's gone so much stronger.
So I'm so strong, so.
You can actually flex this time. It's
Yeah.
not just like. Damn, those are some actual muscles. Nice. It's just not just flesh-colored tubes
Yeah!
or rectangles or whatever it's called.
I forgot, oh damn, I was thinking I would go live like wearing my gauntlets, and like real life gauntlets that I have, but I forgot.
Go get them quickly.
Oh, oké, ja, ik ga eens even snel pakken hoor. Ik ben zo terug.
I can't speak
Ben ik
Netherlands.
bij de boekenkast, want ze liggen op de boekenkast. Oh nee! Kut. Daar gaat een van mijn
Something's going on over there.
sensors, kut. Nou, die zal nog wel goed zijn, hoop ik.
I love
Beetje
it
bang ben
when
ik wel, maar whatever.
I love just hearing a. Oh, it's me. Hello. Oh yeah, I'm most of the meme targeted today, so bear that in mind. Yo, look at them. Hell yeah.
There we
look at them.
go. Ta-da!
Don't expect you to read the book in those. Might make it a bit difficult to turn the page.
There we go.
Okay. Careful.
I'll just put it down, hold on.
You can do it.
Introduction. In December 1920, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle published an article in The Strand magazine.
Yippee!
Yippee! I got a hair in my mouth.
Go ahead
Yeah,
and throw.
this way I'll avoid paper cuts.
Yeah, go ahead and throw some punches at the camera. Go on.
Egg.
Yeah, there we go. You're getting the real experience now again.
Yeah. Let me read back chat though, because I've been
Ah, yes.
not doing that very well. La 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 la. Okay. Stream Nova Yohan, thank you very much for following. At least it was Zelda, not Homestuck. You can read Homestuck if you want. That's okay.
I can't wait to read Homestuck. Ow.
Yes, I'm outside category range. You guys can't get me to stream.
Yeah. It's all me. So you're only hurting me. So think very carefully before you do anything.
It's okay. It's alright. It's okay.
Aw. Ow.
I was almost gonna react to that. Someone called my outfit cute. Thank you. Someone else called it cute. Yay. People are calling computer graphics really
Ow.
good. Sure. Pa 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 pa.
Nothing
Kind
but
of
praise.
badass with it, ain't I though?
Nothing but praise, because if you dig anything but, I'll ban them.
You have to understand. I'm. This is a real moment of vulnerability for me, you know. Like, you know, doing a face grab.
Ow!
Okay.
Fuck. Jesus
I'm okay.
Christ, how'd you survive this every stream? This hurts.
I'm strong.
Oh, I'm not strong, I'm weak.
Yeah, it's Goth Night because it's fucking Halloween, baby.
Hell, ow.
Stop. Stop hurting my friend.
You're so mean to me.
Why are you doing that?
got
Also dress
food
goth.
near the ears,
Nice, hell yeah.
Nice.
I feel like I should try to make a joke about the topic of the book and my username. You could try. You've got an entire stream to think of one, or maybe multiple, but, you know, don't overdo it. Oh, never mind, I'm fine.
Ow,
okay.
fuck, oh, Jesus Christ, he said. Why they made of metal? You should have, why can't you coat them in some rubber or something? Ow.
This is fun. This is enrichment for me.
I hate enrichment for you. Fuck.
No, you don't.
It's true.
Anyway, so it is Halloween,
Ow.
and for the occasion, I'm doing a face cam. I'm all made up in my nicest goth dress and stuff, and everything else is sort of normal. It's mostly the dress that's like a unique thing. And I will
Oh,
be
change
reading...
the title. I forgot to change the title.
Thank you. Yes, since the surprise is now out, it is no longer a
Thank
special
you for the
surprise.
free
inside.
bionicle.
Oh yeah, I today like half an hour before the stream got a package that is a new Bionicle set that I will be building on stream.
Yo.
Face cam,
Love the bisexual knuckles.
face cam. Done. There we go.
It's a
Anytime
pretty nice
Zoe
outfit.
instinctively makes a sound at the redeems, it's just her concern for Jody being hurt. Yeah.
It is, yeah.
I feel bad
Once
for my
there's food
friend.
at the door, I'll be right back.
Oh, nice.
I won't be long, I promise.
Okay. I'm so alone, I'm so lonely. So, I will be reading to you from I'm fine. From this book that you can't see good. There we go. Fearsome Fairies, Haunting Tales of the Fae, which is like little horror stories and such. It's like an anthology of collected stories from different people. And I bought it at one point at like a Ren fair because I thought it looked interesting, and then I didn't read it. So that's what we're gonna do now. They're actually a little bit longer than I thought they would be, so I thought maybe we could multiple, but I think we might only get through one because it was like 20 pages. We'll find out, I suppose. But I hope you're all doing well. I hope you're all having a nice Halloween. I suppose if you, well, I guess time zones, I was going to say if you're here, then I guess you're not going to go out and to any parties or trick-or-treating or whatever the fuck. But I guess it might just be morning for you. Or maybe it's already so late that you're already finished doing that. 20 pages isn't that long, you could probably get through a couple. Well, we'll find out because, I mean, we're also going to be talking and stuff while we do it, you know?
Hello, bitches and witches.
Welcome back. Horror stories involving the Fae, that's like an average week for me.
Is that
Same.
anything but horror stories involving the Fae?
Yeah, I mean, surely. Like, I mean, I hope your life isn't just all horror stories. That wouldn't be very nice.
That's
only 1
Fae, they
PM
won't
here,
leave
but
me alone.
Also, you all the good parties start at midnight. Well, I mean, it was said by Veritas and Fae, so they are doing the horror stories, I suppose. We'll also be attacking Jody with all our might. Yay!
Oh,
so
goody.
wonderful. Don't give her any special treatment just because she's not me. You know? Attack her like you would me, if not more.
What do you mean, if not more?
Because it's a special occasion.
Okay, fine. Ow. It's just true, you don't often get to attack me.
Yeah.
Apart from with dynamite, we should have added the dynamite routine.
So that would have been fun. And fucked up and a show path. Anyway, so eggs.
Eggs!
Oh, also have to dab.
Yeah. I didn't even
See?
have to remind you to egg this time.
Yeah, nice. See, I usually can't dab that good, but now I can.
can.
Yeah. Alright, let's see. We've got some stuff. We've got some stretchies.
Oh, you're getting the full experience today, gang. Your points are worth like double today.
Yeah, you can see me really stretch. Not the way that you can kind of see it, but the model doesn't really. I'm okay.
Ow!
Got a sippy. For that, instead of actually taking the sippy, I'm gonna pour my tea.
She just dabbed, yes.
I just dabbed. Sorry if you missed it. Maybe someone can clip it. Oh, also I want to say that if you're worried, like, oh no, is Gunlock gonna retire as a VTuber and just become a regular facecam streamer? No. Don't worry about that. I might do more facecam streams at some point if I feel confident enough, but I will just keep VTubing most of the time.
I don't think I don't think many VTubers are mentally prepared to go full-time facecam streaming.
Some do. It happens.
It's true.
Are you okay with screenshots of the stream being posted to Discord, asking before I distribute a meme? No, that's okay. It's... Is it okay? Am I okay with that?
Maybe hold off until she's a bit comfortable.
I mean, there's gonna be a VOD of this anyway, so I guess. Sure.
True, but then it's your decision whether or not the VOD keeps existing.
Well, yeah, but it's my Discord. I can delete the images. I did miss it, but that's okay, just as long as I don't get scammed. You don't get scammed, and I mean, you can just redeem it again later.
There's no scams here.
Blue just settled into my lap, cozy stuff.
Oh!
Hello. That scared me a little. You got your cat in your lap. Yay. So nice. It's gonna, is it a black cat? 'Cause it's Halloween.
Halloween!
Yes. We'll post a picture, and if you do not like it, then feel free to wipe it from the face of the earth. Okay, thank you. So, we gotta, and I gotta do the eggs.
Yes. Am I the one getting cheesed as well today?
Yes. Of course. White and beige. Not that Halloween, but cats are inherently the more Halloweeny animal.
Beige is like the opposite of black.
No.
No?
I don't think so.
Egg.
Egg. Alright, yes, so if you have one little point, you can already redeem it for an egg and put it on the stack and stuff, Alright. Here we go.
Here we go! Ow!
It's time for the eggs, everyone, and the first egg comes from Dynalobe!
Yeah, that's me!
That is you. And then we've got Kira Cat. Green Clunk. Viridescent Fae. Wibless. Steam Jester. Polar Stars. Persidani. Absolute Catastrophe.
That sounds dangerous.
It does. 046. Taringerine. Captivity. Junich XL. Atramtoa. Mecha VT. Space Junk 0. That is the first egg stack. Starting the second is Sequar. And then we've got Cappy Orb. Eat egg.
Eat egg.
Eat egg. Vex Fidel. And then a mildly cloudy. And Melzanoff.
You should got a real egg for this stream.
That would have been good. But I wasn't certain if this... No. I wasn't certain if this was gonna happen or not, so...
That's fair enough. Hello, it's me.
Yeah, you get placed in a saw trap. Congrats.
I don't want to be placed this way. What?
Sorry, bud.
I hate Halloween now.
Head for Derek. Which is, did we get a
I
special
volunteered to be here
request?
so you guys could still have these redeems, and you've been nothing but mean to me so far.
Well, I mean, isn't it just the same though? Like the whole point of the redeems is that you get shit happen to you. Really late reaction to that.
So I realized I was watching the stream instead of the Discord stream, so I said ow when it fell on the Discord stream.
Let's see, what is this? The most Halloweeny hat I got?
I don't feel safe.
I don't feel so.
Me neither.
You're gonna have to forgive occasional delayed reactions. I can't actually hear the fucking redeems. Ow, fuck! Ow, Jesus Christ, why? Why do you do this every single fucking stream? How? You must have brain damage out the fucking wazoo.
Yes. Yes, I do.
Ow.
I have literal brain damage, it's true.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Sorry.
But no, wait, I'm fine. Derek, since it's Halloween, and I feel like a dapper top hat is like a really good, like, it goes with my goth dress, you know. I'm gonna get a really big one because it's Halloween. There we go.
Half the stream's just gonna be me saying ow.
Yes, it is.
Ow.
And here is
That was for my feelings.
cheese for you on your forehead.
I've been cheesed.
You've been cheesed.
It's the cops cheese it.
And a Sonic sticker, which was...
It was Vector.
Vector loves Halloween. No association with Jody, I promise. I mean, it's true. Vector does canonically really love Halloween, so we'll put him here in this corner.
Vector loves Halloween.
Right over there.
Because he gets to be scary.
Yeah.
I am the Pizza Jack Luke now.
So, that's the introduction, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else?
Holy shit, a woman. I didn't notice.
I'm here. And I'm here, and I'm queer. My thought process was, which sticker should I redeem? What's the most Halloweeny? Anything with Vector. Oh wait, Vector loves Halloween.
It's fine.
It's true. You could have done Charmy, but Vector is shown to like Halloween a little bit more. This is fun. I don't have to like inhibit my movements because it has to be stuff that the feature repertoire can interpret. Just do whatever I want. Yeah, I think that's all the stuff that I have to do.
You can do whatever you want. The power is in your hands.
I've never felt so powerful, and I'm gonna have to spend this power reading a book. So, like I said before, we're going to... Yippee! Yippee! We're going to be reading this book. Which I bought at a Ren fair, and then didn't read it all because I wanted to read it on stream or something, and also I forgot and I have too many other things to read. So we're gonna read it now. At least one story. Yippee! Boss reads a nice book while Jody suffers this stream.
Yeah, sounds like it.
I think this stream will go down in history as the best one we've ever done.
Well, because I'm suffering.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And because I'm reading a nice book and it's nice. I have been unleashed onto your material reality, and I can now commit every crime. All of them. I can, but I don't think I'll commit all of them because some of them suck. But ooh, I'm gonna commit murder. Ooh, no, Zoe Dawn the Queen. You're being sentenced. You're here in court because of you've been accused of manslaughter. Nah, bitch, I did that shit on purpose.
You did that shit on purpose. This is actually Gone the Queen's Halloween costume. She's possessed Zoe. She's come out of the PC and possessed Zoe for Halloween.
That'd be very funny lore, but sadly, it's too late. This was not set in stone. I thought it might be fun to do a facecam stream on Halloween to celebrate, but I wasn't sure if I was gonna. But here we are. But that's why I didn't have as much prepared and why the announcements was all like, will I? Maybe I'll have something special? you know? So, anyway, so the book starts with a bunch of introductions about talking about Sir Arthur Conan Doyle and his superstitions about fairies and blah, 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 blah.
He wrote Sherlock Holmes.
Yes, they talk about X-rays.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. But we don't care about that. We care about The Banshee's Warning, which is a story from 1867 by Charlotte Riddle, who grew up in County Antrim, Northern Ireland, and moved to London in her early 20s after her father's death, determined to earn a living by writing. In 1856, her first book, Zuriel's Grandchild, was accepted by Thomas Cautley Newby, better known for being the first to publish Emily Bronte's Wuthering Heights. Ooh, that's a name I know because I listened to Kate Bush.
What a pedigree.
Indeed. Riddle went on to publish over 50 novels, tale collections, and short stories.
Ow.
And edited the literary periodical St. James's Magazine, of which she was also co-proprietor. Today, Riddle is remembered for her ghost stories and weird tales, modeled on those of Sheridan Le Fanu. Sure.
Today she's remembered for the fucked up shit she wrote. We don't know what's wrong with her.
We don't know, but God, we love to read it. Her supernatural plots often feature flawed yet sympathetic characters buffeted by modern urban life, with spirits from the past returning to redress long-buried wrongs. The Banshee's Warning was her first ghostly tale to be published, appearing in the Christmas 1867 edition of London Society, and brings the Irish Banshee, Beansea. Is that how you pronounce
What?
that? Beansea.
Beansy. So I'm gonna have to look on the stream because Discord's being fucked up. Beansy.
Also, I forgot
woman.
to paint my nails. I'm so sorry, everyone. Beansy
It's fine, we'll
Weensy.
forgive you. Beansy Winsy.
Beansy Weensy.
My least favourite Teletubby.
Me too. Kill that one. AKA Fairy Woman, a female fairy who foretells death by wailing or shrieking, to Soho's Gerrard Street. Cynical Irish surgeon Hertford O'Donnell is a rising star at Guy's Hospital. You know, the hospital for guys. Determined not to
up
look
that
back
they
on his
segregated
previous... I know, right? Finally a hospital where guys can be dudes. Determined not to look back on his previous life, but as he discovers, the past has an eerie way of resurfacing.
Bum-bum-bum.
Uh-oh, you friggin' moron. You just got bean seed.
Just got beansed.
I think I will just pronounce it. Should I pronounce it? Because bean seed is what they say is how you pronounce it. I guess. But it's important to remember that Gaelic does not read clearly when written in the Latin alphabet. Oh, so you're saying that Beansea is the Gaelic written in the Latin alphabet, but not at all how it's pronounced. It's pronounced Banshee, and the writing we use nowadays is just...
It's so different. It's like trying to run a program made for Windows 98 on a Windows 11 PC.
Just say Banshee, we won't be mad. Well, it's like, sure, I can say Banshee, but isn't it funny to just say Beansea? It's also gonna depend on regional dialect. Yeah, that's fair. I think I will just say Banshee because we're trying to be scary. Ooh. Should I put on like more scary music? Because right now we have kind of like a silly Halloween playlist.
And I can't hear it.
Oh, that's true. Let's see.
We do have Banshee Queen.
We do.
Banshee Queen.
Let's see. What is? What's some scary background music I can do?
You could...
God, what a noise! How did I do that?
I can hear some of the redeems, just not all of them. I can't hear the ones that are coming from the throwing redeems. So
Yeah.
like
Some of them go through OBS. Sometimes some of them don't.
Yeah.
Scary music.
Blood
Scary.
soundtrack.
Something that's better for storytelling. Scary forest ambience. Hello. Scary forest ambience, royalty free. This will be good and great and such.
Tiny stream in the woods, but the stream is made out of blood.
It's kind of badass. I'm not gonna lie. If I was walking through the woods and there was a stream made of blood, I'd be like, whoa.
Whoa.
I'm scared now.
But also that's cool. That's rad as fuck.
That's cool though. Okay, let's see. Oh, this is 5 minutes. It's not good.
This will
Need
creak
something
of
longer.
blood.
This one's an hour.
That's a good amount. That's good length.
How about, hold on. Scary castle ambience music royalty free.
Dripping cave noise.
I did have to look that up one time for something. Inside a castle where a dark sorcerer lives.
Ooh. What if there was a dark sorcerer in your castle? What then? Would that be
Kill.
fucked up or what?
I think I'd kill him. This sounds dark and spooky and such. Very good. Okay, so we also have an egg and a sippy.
I hate
So-
it when I go into a dark castle and there's just a sorcerer there. It's like, fuck. Oh, okay.
Mambalea, mambalina, capiri.
Oh, yeah.
A Crimson Pleasure, thanks for your egg, and Polar Stars King, thank you for the sippy. Let's see if the sippy is, the tea is good.
Nice mug.
Ow!
Ow.
Thank you.
Why am I being ensorcelled?
Getting so fucking ensorcelled. But which
I don't
Sonic
like
sticker do
being
you want though?
Amy.
Amy.
It's always Amy.
There you go. Between
There's
your
my
entrance.
gal. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so let's get scary.
Let's get spooky. Ooh.
Okay. Many a year before chloroform was thought of. Okay.
That's a start. White chloroform.
Odd. We're living in a pre and a post chloroform world after all.
That's what BC stands for. Before
Yeah.
chloroform.
It works, yeah. Many a year before chloroform was thought of, there lived in an old rambling house in Gerrard Street, Soho, a clever Irishman called. No, wait. In Gerrard Street, Soho. I thought Soho was the name, but I forgot it was the place name. In Gerrard Street, Soho, a clever Irishman called Hetford O'Donnell. After Hetford O'Donnell was entitled to write MRCS, for he had studied hard to gain this distinction. After Hetford O'Donnell, he was entitled to write. Oh, when he signs a letter, he writes Hetford O'Donnell MRCS, for he had
I
studied
see.
hard to gain. Sure, it's old. It's an old novel.
It's
old
like
writing.
writing PhD after your name.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
But yeah, it's a cute mug, right? I got it from a friend. She gave it to me because I love foxes.
Yeah.
For he had studied hard to gain this distinction, and the older surgeons at Guy's, his hospital, considered him one of the most rising operators of the day. Having said chloroform was unknown at the time this story opens, it will strike my readers that, if Hetford O'Donnell were a rising and successful operator in those days, of necessity he combined within himself a larger number of striking qualities than are by any means necessary to form a successful operator in these.
What?
If he was really cool in those days,
He was
Then-
really epic, and he would be really epic now.
yeah, he'd be even cooler now.
Yeah.
I think it's what it says, yeah.
Because doctors in this age are weak ass pussies.
They just let machines do all the work for them. Come on,
Yeah,
dude.
what assholes?
Like
Like,
the patient goes to sleep during the operation. Like, come on, dude.
yeah. At
You
least
don't even
get-
have to restrain them.
At least get your hand in there, you know, like pull apart their rib cage using your own brute force. Like, what are you doing?
Seriously. Basically, anesthesia didn't exist yet, so surgeons had to be fast to prevent shock. Yeah, no, it makes sense. It does make sense. It's just kind of funny. MRSC is the title for people who were part of the Royal Society of Chemistry, so the point is, this guy knew chemicals. Cool. There was more than mere hand skill, more than even thorough knowledge of his profession, than needful for the man who, dealing with conscious subjects, essayed to rid them of some of the diseases to which flesh is heir. There was greater courage required in the manipulator of old than is altogether essential at present. Then, as now, a thorough mastery of his instruments, a steady hand, a keen eye, a quick dexterity were indispensable to a good operator. But, added to all these things, there formerly required a pulse which knew no quickening, a mental strength which never faltered, a ready power of adaptation in unexpected circumstances, fertility of resource in difficult cases, and a brave front under all emergencies. I am really good at this.
Did this girl have a bad experience with a modern doctor or something? She's really fucking roasting the fucking modern medical community.
Maybe, yeah.
Oh, back in the old days, there was a big buff strong guy who'd pick me up and try to carry me to my hospital bed. Not these days.
It's like like romanticizing the 90s.
Yeah.
Oh, God, did you see that fucking? Did y'all see that post of like someone on Instagram or some shit? I don't know. Who was like kids, young kids who were like, summer of 2003, when candy was made, not bought.
Yes.
Oh, what are you talking about, dude? It's not the fucking 40s.
Bitch, in 2003,
Even then, honestly.
In 2003, I was sucking like the most amount of chemicals. I think you're allowed less chemicals now than you were in 2003. Like, I don't know what the fuck was in that candy, but it was not fucking healthy.
Apparently it was 1998, but still.
No, even in the
Stupid
90s.
either way.
Like, you're going back like all the way to the fucking 40s or something. And even 40s, you could buy sweets in shops.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like during World War II, they had the ration tickets specifically for sweets. Like you'd have to go back to the 1800s thinking about it to make fucking sweets at home.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
They were talking about Wonder Balls. I don't know what those are.
Let me have a look. What is a Wonder Ball?
Yeah, go ahead.
There's probably so many things called Wonder Balls these days.
Probably, yeah. 2003, when everything was artisanal and the Industrial Revolution was yet to poison the Western world. I love the version of that post that has a picture of the disgusting-looking Jar Jar Binks lollipop. No.
Apparently, a Wonder Ball is a sweet that was taken off the market in 1970 because it was a round ball that was the exact same size of a child's windpipe.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Well, then that's good. Wait, non-existent pumpkin says spherical Kinder Egg with sweet tarts in it. Is that what you're looking at?
No, I'm looking at something different.
Well, maybe
Kinder
a Wonder
Eggs
Ball.
Kinder Eggs are only not allowed in America because America decided that the kids are dumb enough to just put a whole Kinder Egg in the mouth.
Yep. I think this is a different Wonder Ball than what some chat members are thinking of.
There's so many Wonder Balls.
Anyway, let's get back to getting scared. If I refrain from adding that a hard as well as a courageous hard was an important, like hard, the first hard as in like tough, not as in like hard, you know? Was an important item in the program. It is only out of deference to general opinion, which, amongst other strange delusions, clings to believe that courage and hardness are antagonistic qualities. Hertford O'Donnell, however, was hard as steel.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, we love a tough as nails, hard as steel protagonist. You know?
Doctor.
That protagonist doctor.
Just imagine you going to the hospital and fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger's just coming out. He's got his arms burst through his lab coat. Like, I'm here to operate.
I am going to put you under now.
Yes, hang on. What's the
on the
matter
head.
that chloroform wasn't invented? Just knock him out the old-fashioned way. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, you could do that, but I feel like you might have to do you might have to just do more medical care as a result.
Maybe, but the only people getting surgeries in those days were like the rich people, so who cares?
I mean, just starve them of oxygen until they pass out. Like, come on. Hertford O'Donnell, however, was hot as steel. He understood his work and he did it thoroughly, but he cared no more for quivering nerves and shrinking muscles, for screams of agony, for faces white with pain and teeth clenched in the extremity of anguish than he did for the stony countenances of the dead, which so often in the dissecting room appalled younger and less experienced men. He had no sentiment and he had no sympathy. The human body was to him merely an ingenious piece of mechanism, which it was at once a pleasure and a profit to understand. Precisely as Brunet loved the Thames Tunnel. Sure.
The Thames.
Thames, that's the one. But even, still, it's like, ooh. Or any other singular engineering feat, so O'Donnell loved a patient on whom he had operated successfully, more especially if the ailment possessed by the patient were of a rare and difficult character. And for this reason, he was much liked by all who came under his hands. Since patients...
You sure this is a horror story, not like an erotic novel she's writing?
No. I'm sure it gets scary.
She's really going into this guy.
I assume it gets... You gotta set up your protagonist, right?
Yeah, you
It's just
gotta
how stuff was written back then, come on.
You gotta make sure everyone knows how hot your protagonist is.
Sure, I guess. I mean... Listen, you can write about whatever you want, we shouldn't judge her for it.
Of course, she's long dead. I'm not judging her at all.
Also, I got the label off the back of the book.
No.
These make the disappear. See, do you see? Magic trick.
That was magic.
Yes, it was. What's she been saying?
But mark me down as scared and horny. That's fucking funny. Yeah. That's a contemporary review right there. That's what they said about the book when it released.
And the writer, she was just like, yes,
yes, got him.
Got him.
These fucking Victorian motherfuckers are gonna have their socks blown out. Their socks blown right off. Back in my day, we didn't have them newfangled amnesias or pain relievers. Doctor had to work fast like a NASCAR pit crew to prevent the patient from dying from intestinal agony.
You just had like 5 doctors around you all like working at once.
Mm-hmm. I feel like manly knocking someone out goes against the Hippocratic Oath. Nah.
No, that's fine.
Do no harm.
And for this reason he was much liked by all who came under his hands, since patients are apt to mistake a surgeon's interest in their cases for interest in themselves. And it was gratifying to John Dix, Plesterer, and Timothy Reagan, laborer, to be the happy possessors of remarkable diseases, which produced a cordial understanding between them and the handsome Irishman. Handsome Irishman.
I see. So basically, she's saying that people often got parasocial with him because they thought that he was interested in them, and in fact, he was just like, I really like this disease. Actually.
Yep. I think this is just like part horror, part horny. I think you're still right.
The handsome Irishman.
If he had been hard and cool at the moment of hacking them to pieces, that was all forgotten or remembered only as a virtue when, after being discharged from hospital, like soldiers who had served in a severe campaign, they met Mr. O'Donnell in the street and were accosted by that rising individual just as though he considered himself nobody. So, he was very casual around them, like just anybody, I guess.
Obviously, I read that as meaning like once they were cured, he stopped caring about them. So he'd meet them in the street, and he'd be like, "Who the fuck are you?"
Well, no, because he considered himself nobody. Like it wasn't like, "Oh yes, I'm the fucking best." He's like, "Hey man, I'm just like you. I go to shop at the same grocery store. I do the same grave robbing to figure out the human body better. You know?
Wait, what was that last one? What was the second one?
Well, it's very common in those times.
It's true.
He had a royal memory, this stranger in a strange land, both for faces and cases. And like the rest, that's a beautiful little sentence there.
For faces, cases, and maces. Off to the races.
And like the rest of his countrymen, he never felt it beneath his dignity to talk cordially to corduroy and fustian. What is a corduroy and fustian?
A corduroy's a fabric, but I don't think that's what it's referring to now.
I assume that a corduroy is like a fancy fabric.
It is, yes.
Yes,
well,
and
so back in that day it would be.
And fustian is not. So it's like he doesn't see rank. He doesn't care about your social hierarchy. You know.
No idea what fustian is, but I guess we don't use it anymore.
Yep, probably because it sucked.
Yeah.
In London, as at Calgillan.
Close enough.
Calgillan.
Fustian is what corduroy is made from, apparently.
Oh, cool. Now I don't understand it anymore. He never held back his tongue from speaking a cheery or a kindly word. His manners were pliable enough as if his heart were not. And the porters and the patients and the nurses and the students. Okay, girl. Don't use so many N's in one sentence.
Look.
Everybody fucking knows that.
Okay, back in those days, the rules for writing were different. We have greatly improved the use of commas these days. Back in those days, they didn't have commas.
They use commas in that same sentence.
I'm joking. Of course, they had commas, but no, they used language differently, so it's fine.
Yeah, fair enough. Also, it's literature. You can do whatever you want. Also, hello, Juniper. Welcome.
Welcome. You can't do whatever you want.
It's heavy woven cotton. Corduroy is then corded, giving it a very distinct texture. So,
I guess maybe the poor people wore just the blank
yeah, that
thing,
woven cotton, and then it gets made into something better, yeah.
Yeah, because of course corduroy would take more of it, so it could be more expensive.
His manners were pliable enough, if his heart were. And the patients and the nurses and the students and guys were all pleased to see Hetford O'Donnell. Rain.
I love Hetford O'Donnell.
He seems like a really nice guy.
He does.
Rain, hill, sunshine, it was all the same. There was a life and a brightness about the man, which communicated itself to those with whom he came in contact. Let the mud in the borough be a foot deep, or the London fog as thick as pea soup. Mr. O'Donnell never lost his temper, never muttered a surly reply to the gatekeeper's salutation, but spoke out blithely and cheerfully to his pupils and his patients, to the sick and to the well, to those below and those above him.
What
He should have
nice
been mean
guy.
to those above him, but you know.
He should have been. Just
Oh,
I'm sorry, just imagine like a superhero doctor, like a guy collapses on the ground outside, and he just punches a hole through their chest and rips out a tumor, and the guy stands up like, "You've cured me," and then he just winks the camera and like he smiles his perfect teeth and going ding.
yes, I have, and I do it because I love you all.
I love everyone.
I love everyone so much.
What a nice Mr. Hatfield. Dr. Hatfield.
Dr. O'Donnell Hatfield. What was the thing again? MRCS.
MRCS. He truly is a king of kings.
Truly.
A king amongst men.
A king amongst doctors. And yet, spite of all these good qualities, spite of his handsome face, his fine figure, his easy address, I guess it's really easy to find, and his unquestionable skill as an operator, the Dons, who acknowledged his talent, shook their heads gravely when 2 or 3 of them in private and solemn conclave talked confidentially of their younger brother. If there were many things in his favor, there were more in his disfavor. He was Irish. That's all you need to know, I guess.
How dreadful.
Not merely by the accident of birth, which might have been forgiven. What the fuck?
Sorry. There's a reason the Irish hate the British. And you're reading it.
I guess so. Well, chat, this book is from 1967. Or 1867, I mean. Please keep that in mind.
I was gonna say 1967 is still too late.
Yeah, I mean, yes.
I know so easy to address means he was easy to address, like easily approachable.
I know.
Okay, I'm just checking.
No, I didn't know.
Okay.
I would have like asked if I was genuinely curious if that was what it was.
Steven Universe wrote this book. She does hate the Irish.
Yeah, so I've heard. Not merely by the accident of birth, which might have been forgiven, since a man cannot be held accountable for such caprices of nature, but by every other accident and design which is objectionable to the orthodox and respectable and representative English mind. Shikes, gang. This is an interesting little story that they put in here.
He's very handsome, but he's Irish.
But he is Irish, though.
He is Irish. See, this is an erotic novel. You gotta add a fair danger to it, you know. No noble Englishman will be seen fraternizing with the Irish.
That's true. In speech, appearance, manner, taste, modes of expression, habits of life, Hetford O'Donnell was Irish. To the core of his heart, he loved the island which he declared he never meant to revisit. And amongst the English, he moved to all intents and purposes a foreigner who was resolved, so said the great prophets and guys, to rush to destruction as fast as he could, and let no man hinder him. He means to go the whole length of his tether, observed one of the ancient wiseacres to another. Why do they have fucking prophets at a hospital?
Where the fuck did the wizards come from?
What? Okay, I guess.
This is what it's like back in the day. You had the doctors, then you had the wizards who would be stationed at the hospital to cast protective spells.
Cast shield and revivify and such. Oh wait, this is fun. There's gonna be a fun term used soon.
Okay.
So he means to go the whole length of his tether, observed one of the ancient wiseacres to another, which speech implied a conviction that Hertford O'Donnell, having sold himself to the evil one, had determined to dive the full length of his rope into wickedness before being pulled to that shore where even wickedness is negative, where there are no mad choruses, no wild sinful excitements, nothing but impotent wailing and gnashing of teeth. What? So they think he's a Satanist?
It sounds like it.
Okay.
It's because he's Irish.
Also, you're getting another cheese.
Oh, another cheese.
And you got hit.
Ow.
I'll put this on your ear.
Okay.
There you go.
Why are they being so mean to this otherwise perfect gentleman, apparently?
It's very fucked up, huh? Also missed an egg at some point, which was... Oh, wait, how did I get here as an egg?
It's just occurring to me. I wonder if we're gonna stumble across a slur at some point.
I've been wondering. I hope not. I mean, it was published at some point.
It's true. But if it was published long enough ago, that doesn't matter. They still print plenty of
2021.
They still print plenty of other books with the slurs and tags.
It does say the British Library on the front cover, so...
Oh, fuck. No wonder they were fine printing this story.
Yep. I should have thought about that before I bought it.
Yeah.
But hey, that's the real horror, you know?
The real horror is bigotry.
I love Ireland and being Irish so much. Do you ever plan on visiting? Fuck no.
Fuck no.
Yeah. Hospital visitors is literally just the janitorial staff. It's true, their brooms are their staffs. You know? Not their brooms, they're not witches.
Anyway, can we get back to describing how perfect his chin was before the audience focuses too much on how he's Irish?
Yeah, let's try to keep going. A reckless, graceless, clever, wicked devil going to his natural home as fast as in London as anyone can possibly speed thither. This was the opinion his superiors held of the man who lived all alone with a housekeeper and her husband, who acted as butler in his big house near Soho. Gerald Street, made famous by De Quincey.
Of course, the Quincy.
De Quincey. D-E space Quincy.
De Quincey.
De Quincey. De, of course, being Dutch for the.
The Quincy.
De Quincey.
Just imagine a silly little goblin guy who's like famous in Victorian London. It's like, it's me, the Quincy.
I'm De Quincey. I'm going to get you.
And everyone's like, oh, Quincy.
Oh, no. De Quincey.
Of course, there's only one. We know there's only one of you.
Just the
Pat you on
one.
the head.
The real horror was the British all along, like most of history.
Oh.
Sorry, Jody. Gerard Street, made famous by De Quincey, was
Couldn't have
not.
picked a worse stream.
Yeah, really. Sorry.
It's fine, I'm joking.
Was not then an utterly shady and forgotten locality. Carriage patients found their way to the rising young surgeon. Some great personages thought it not beneath them to fee an individual whose consulting rooms were situated on what was even then considered the wrong side of Regent Street.
Oh no.
He was making money, and he was spending it.
Wow.
Battery!
I'm going to. Ow. I'm going to Quincy you up. The Quincy.
You get fucking Quincy'd. It's Quinzing time.
It's Quincy time.
And he was spending it. He was over head and ears in debt. Useless, vulgar debt. Senselessly contracted, never bravely faced. He had lived at an awful pace ever since he came to London, a pace which only a man who hopes and expects to die young can ever travel. Life. What good was it? Death when he was a child, or a woman, or a cow. I was like, what, transgender? Death? Was he a child, or a woman, or a coward? To be afraid of that thereafter? God knew all about the trifle which had upset his coach better than the dons at Guy's. Are dons? That's like a don at a hospital is a position, I think.
Yeah, I think a don will be the head of the hostel.
Right.
Yes.
I'm going to
Ow.
Quincy you up, the Quincy.
The Quincy. It's possible to survive the Quincy, but not unaltered.
Correct. Not unquinsed.
Not unquinsed.
This book is reminding me of when I first saw the game title Melty Blood Actress Again Current Code. Like, how can you just put those words together? Yeah. We're just reinventing old English again with titles like that.
I'm sorry to have to tell you this, guys, but you can put any word in the English language next to any other. It just happens.
It's true. It does. Every day we try to stop it, but we can't.
It's true.
Hetford O'Donnell understood the world pretty thoroughly.
Hetford O'Donnell.
And the ways therefore were to him as roads often traversed. Therefore, again, oh no wait, thereof. And the ways thereof were to him and the ways thereof were to him as roads often traversed. Therefore, when he said that at the day of judgment he felt certain he should come off, as well as many of those who censured him, it may be assumed that, although his views of post-mortem punishment were vague, unsatisfactory, and infidel, still his information as to the peccadillos.
Peccadillos.
Peccadilloes. Peccadillos.
Sure.
Yeah, right? That's what it says.
Oh, it's okay. So saying he's not Christian and that's a problem.
Yeah, I guess so. Of his neighbors were such as consoled himself. And yet, living all alone in the old house near Soho Square, grave thoughts would intrude into the surgeon's mind. Thoughts which were, so to say, italicized by peremptory letters, and still more peremptory visits from people who wanted money. Although he had many acquaintances, he had no single friend. And accordingly, these thoughts were received and brooded over in solitude. In those hours when, after returning from dinner or supper or congenial carouse, he sat in his dreary rooms, smoking his pipe, and considering means and ways, chances, and certainties. In good truth, he had started in London with some vague idea that as his life in it would not be of long countenance, the pace at which he elected to travel could be of little consequence. But the years since his first entry into the metropolis were now piled one on the top of another. Wow, I'm glad we shortened that later on to just one on another, on top of one another.
On top of another? Yeah.
On top of one another, instead of one on the top of another. Very awkward. His youth was behind him, his chances of longevity, spite of the way he had striven to injure his constitution, quite as good as ever. He had come to that period in existence, to that narrow strip of tableland, whence the ascent of youth and the descent of age are equally discernible, when, simply because he has lived for so many years, it strikes a man as possible he may have to live for just as many more, with the ability for hard work gone, with the boon companions scattered, and with the capacity of enjoying convivial meetings. Anyone know what that means?
No.
Convenient.
Convivial.
Convivial.
How do you spell it?
Convivial.
Convivial.
Any two words? You can combine any two English words? Let me try this. Kill cops. Wow.
Wow. It means friendly, lively, and enjoyable.
Oh. How nice. Okay.
You okay?
With the capacity for enjoying convivial meetings a mere memory, with small means perhaps, with no bright hopes, with the pomp and the circumstances. Another thing that we shortened.
Yeah, the pomp and the circus, both of them.
Both of them. And the fairy carriages. The mentioning of the special word. Carriages.
Carriages. Well, because there's nothing more horrifying than vehicles.
I mean, have you played the Dark Souls, the Bloodborne DLC? It takes you there with a carriage.
I haven't, no.
Okay, well, me neither. And the glamour which youths flings over earthly objects faded away like the pageant of yesterday, while the dreary ceremony of living has to be gone through today and tomorrow and the morrow after, as though the cavalcade and the martial music and the glittering helmets and the prancing steeds were still accompanying the wayfarer to his journey's end.
Car battery!
Ow.
My friends, there comes a moment when we must all leave the coach with its 4 bright bays, its pleasant outside freight, its cheery company, its guard who blows the horn so merrily through villages and along country roads. Long before we reach that final stage, where the black business claims us for its own special property, we have to bid goodbye to all easy, thoughtless journeying and betake ourselves, with what zest we may, to traversing the common of reality. There is no royal road across... Like, je wilde ik gaan vertalen? Like, okay.
Do not translate the book, please.
Nou, ik weet niet of me dat gaat lukken überhaupt. We moeten gedag zeggen tegen alle makkelijke, gedachteloze reizen. en onszelf nemen met wat iets, ik weet niet wat dat zegt. Oké, we're done.
For now, you gotta speak in Uwu.
Oh, okay. I guess I can do that. We was actually my watching the coming of reality. There is no royal world across it that I ever heard of. From the king on his throne to the laborer who vaguely imagines what the manner of being a king is. We have all to tramp across that desert at one point period of our lives. At all events, and that period usually is when, as I have said, a man starts to find the hopes and the strength and the buoyancy of youth left behind, while years and years of life lie stretching out before him.
I think I just heard an ancient corpse turn in his grave.
She's like, that's exactly what I
That's
had
exactly
in mind.
how I wrote it.
Finally, someone who gets my vision.
Anyway, we get it. He's depressed.
He's-
Get
yeah,
a
he's-
line, buddy.
Yeah, he's a bit suicidal, perhaps. It's whatever.
This was back when that was a novel idea.
Aren't we all? Anyway,
Imagine being a successful surgeon and depressed. Wow, what a weirdo.
wow, you're so
Impossible.
original. What? Are you gonna make people out of body parts about it, huh? Just kidding. Victor Frankenstein was not a successful surgeon at all.
And he wasn't depressed, I think.
He was depressed because his mom had died, and he was like, no, fuck, I hate death. I hate that people keep dying. This is making me so fucking sad. I want to have a solution to this problem.
I guess I don't feel like depressed people go through the effort of building a corpse out of body parts, to be honest.
I mean, you need an escape. You need like some kind of hobby to take your
guess
mind out of
so.
it.
He was an undergrad. Don't defend
Yeah.
Victor Frankenstein.
I don't know if that's a defending. I mean, he was an undergrad who like stopped. He got out. He failed. He was a bitch to be around. Anyway, where was I? The coach he has traveled by drops him here. There is no appeal. There is no help. Therefore, let him take off his hat and wish the new passengers good speed, without either envy or repining. When is this gonna get scary?
This is horrifying.
We're like halfway through the story. When's it gonna happen?
It went from talking about how great this guy is to how he's depressed and wants to
He's
kill himself.
sad as fuck.
And we gotta keep reading till it gets back to talking about how great he is again.
Yeah, maybe at the end. And it's like, and then he beat the Banshee, and it was awesome. And the blood on his face made him look super hot. You know.
Imagine how it just starts moving into how the author could fix him. I could fix him.
Dear reader, I could fix him. Stay away. It's mine.
He's mine. This is my perfect husband to have written into existence.
Also, thank you very much for the compliment. Behold! He has had his turn, and let whosoever will mount on the box seat of life again, and tip the coachman and handle the ribbons. He shall take that pleasant journey no more. No more, forever.
No more.
Even supposing a man's springtime to have been a cold and ungenial one, with bitter easterly winds and nipping frosts biting the buds and... So... this contains a slur.
Okay.
It's not meant as a slur, I think. It's just a word that we also don't use anymore.
Okay.
Retarding.
Okay, well, yeah, fair enough. You say we don't use it anymore. I've heard that plenty.
The word retarding?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that's
What does
an
it
old
mean?
word. It means to retard a reaction. It means to
Like
means to
retard.
reverse it.
Right.
Yeah, slowing, yeah, like that.
Okay, well, slowing the blossoms. Still, it was spring for all dead. Spring with the young green leaves sprouting forth, with the flowers unfolding tenderly, with the songs of the birds and the rush of waters, with the summer before and the autumn far off.
Yeah, exactly. Mecha VT said like flame retardant, like that. Yeah. Have you never heard of that word before?
No,
Oh, no,
I
that's
don't understand how that's used in this context.
fair enough.
Oh well.
He's killing the plants.
I don't really know springtime to be flame retard read. Oh, you know what? When I put it in that context, yeah, I do know it actually. Flame retardant. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, alright, okay, we're good. I guess. Blah blah blah. With the
God, I'm nearly
songs of the
dead.
birds and the rush of waters, with the summer before and the autumn far off, and winter remote as death and eternity. But when once the trees have donned their summer foliage, when the pure white blossoms have disappeared, and the gorgeous red and orange and purple blaze of many-colored flowers fills the gardens, then, if there comes a wet, dreary day, the idea of autumn and winter is not so difficult to realize. When once 12 o'clock is reached, the evening and night become facts, not possibilities. And it was of the afternoon, and the evening, and the night. Hertford O'Donnell sat thinking on the Christmas Eve. That's not Halloween. This isn't Halloween at all.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas, everybody. I am face camming
I don't
today
want
for
a lot
Christmas.
for
Christmas. Feliz Navidad. Sat thinking on Christmas Eve, when I crave permission to introduce him to my readers. Please let me tell you about this fucking blorball. I need to.
You have told us so much
You've been
about your
telling
fucking blorbo.
You've been telling us about your blorball for 7 pages.
There's been nothing but information about your blorbo. This is just her OC. She's just written an OC.
This is just like the Toy House page for this OC.
There's no actual story here. It's just telling you about her, the character she's made up, and then she made someone publish it.
Pretty much, just like, do it. I've
And
got
then
dirt
the
on you,
end of
you know it.
At the end of the book, it's like, and thus ends my description of my OC. Please do not use for any unauthorized means. Do not steal or reinvent for your own malicious purposes. Thank you.
Through otherworldly, divine, perhaps occult means, I now leave my current location and appear behind you. I assure you, there is nothing personal here. You are a child.
You are but a child to me.
You're but a child to me. It's like that stop motion movie that people think is Halloween, but it's Christmas. It's Chicken Run.
As I appear behind you, please be aware that we would not share a parlor together. We would not enjoy each other's company. So do not be afraid that this is the breaking of a friendship, for it is not.
Okay. Here we go. When are we gonna get to the meat of the story?
Where's the horror?
A good-looking man, ladies considered him. This sucks.
Ow. It's the horror that we're meant to be that we're meant to be attracted to this dude.
What if it's just the entire... Because the story's called The Banshee's Warning. What if the entire story is just talking about this man who's depressed and very beautiful, and then the end is like, ah, the Banshee, look behind you, wow!
No, this is the Banshee's Warning, actually. Ow, fuck.
Oh, I'm gonna go into surgery later this year, probably, and my doctor's gonna be Hertford O'Donnell.
Oh, no.
Oh, and the warning is that he's sad.
No, I think what the Banshee's warning is that the Banshees have written all this out, and at the end it just says, if you see this man, if you see a man of this description, run the fuck away.
I cannot say in this piece of literature why, just trust me. A good-looking man, ladies considered him. A tall, dark complexioned... You know what? A good-looking man, ladies and some men considered him. Only the men that, you know, in this time period were
Some ladies and some men.
some ladies, some men. Considered him a tall, dark-complexioned, black-haired, straight-limbed, deeply, divinely blue-eyed fellow. Shit.
Okay.
With a soft voice, with a pleasant brogue. Anyone know what a brogue is?
Straight limbed.
Yeah, I don't know about straight-limbed. That's weird. You know, it's not straight-limbed. Me, look at this.
Damn, cool.
That's just my elbow just goes that far. It's weird.
That's brilliant. That sounds useful, to be honest. Like, you can reach
sure.
stuff slightly further behind you than other people.
Yeah, it's true. I do the opposite. I can do the opposite too.
Apparently, broke means opposite. Not opposite, sorry. I mean
Even her
excellent.
limbs are gay. That's right.
No, this is me. This is...
He does sound like a 2014 Tumblr sexy man. You're right, actually. With a soft voice, with a
He
pleasant
looks like
brogue.
the Crimson Chin.
That's how I'm imagining it in my head now.
Yeah. Just like massive chin, massive jawline, fucking handsome black hair. Have no fear, citizen. I will cure your ails.
Slams you with my chin. And it works.
Yeah.
With a pleasant brogue who had ridden like a centaur over the loose stone walls in Connemara, who had danced all night at the Dublin balls, who had walked across the Benebeola mountains, gun in hand, fuck yeah,
Hell
day
yeah.
after day, without weariness, who had fished in every one of the 100 lakes you can behold from the top of that mountain near the Recess Hotel, I don't know the name of it, who had led a mad, wild life in Trinity College, and a wilder, perhaps, while studying for a doctor, as the Irish phrase goes. So is that not what he was doing?
The Irish call it studying for a doctor.
What does everybody else call it?
Studying for a doctor.
Studying for a doctorate? To be a doctor. Studying to be a doctor, perhaps.
I don't know. Maybe they're implying that that the studies he got in Ireland were not good enough to the English standard. Oh, they
Perhaps.
call it studying for a doctor. We call it being a farmer.
We call it just doing what our parents tell us to do. They want us to be doctors, so I guess. Trench Goldrish and Pool of Die, thank you both for the eggs.
What the fuck
Yay.
is the banshee?
I don't know, dude. We just have to keep reading.
Okay. Have you never read a book before? Keep going and information reveals.
Ideally, you know.
Hopefully, we're begging. We're begging information revealed.
In Edinburgh, and who, after the death of his eldest brother, left him free to return to Kelgalan and pursue the usual, utterly useless, utterly purposeless, utterly pleasant life of an Irish gentleman possessed of health, birth, and expectations. What the fuck, dude?
What the absolute
Why is it written like this?
Because they hate the Irish, isn't that
I
obvious?
know, yeah, I know. That sucks, though. Suddenly kicked over the paternal traces, but bade adieu to Callaghan Castle and the blandishments of a certain beautiful Miss Clifden, beloved of his mother, and laid out to be his wife, walked down the avenue without even so much company as a gossoon to carry his carpet bag, shook the dust from his feet over the lodge gates, and took his seat on the couch, never once looking back at Callaghan, where his favorite mare was standing in the stable, his greyhounds chasing one another round the home paddock, his gun at half-cock in his dressing room, and his fishing tackle all in order and ready for use. He had not kissed his mother or asked for his father's blessing. He left Miss Clifden, arrayed in her brand-new riding habit, without a word of affection or regret. You know what it's gonna be? It's gonna be like, why did he leave out all of this behind? It's because of the Banshee, who warned him of a terrible thing that's gonna happen to him. And then he's like trying to get away from it, but it's not gonna work. He's still gonna die.
I want to know why his guns are half-cocked. What is he waiting for?
Never know.
Where am I?
Like, I guess not. For those who don't know, half-cock means you've got the hammer, like, prepared to fucking fire. That thing is gonna go off if you pull the trigger.
Check out
Which
the
is
gun.
not the way you should. That's not the way you should store guns. You're
No.
not still Gonzo then.
He had spoken no syllable of farewell to any servant about the place. Only when the old woman at the lodge bade him good morning, and God bless his handsome face, he recommended her bitterly to look at it well, for she would never see it more. 12 years and a half had passed since then, without either Nancy Blake or any other one of the Callaghan people having set eyes on Master Hertford's handsome face. Every time, God, he had kept his vow to himself. He had not written home. He had not been indebted to mother or father or even a 10-penny piece during the whole of that time. He had lived without friends, and he had lived without God, so far as God ever lets a man live without him. One thing only he felt to be needful: money. Money to keep him when the evil days of sickness or age or loss of practice came upon him. Though a spendthrift, he was not a simpleton. Around him he saw men who, having started with fairer prospects than his own, were nevertheless reduced to indigence, and he knew that what had happened to others might happen to himself. You want to say something?
Yeah, I was going to say the Mecha VT. Today, half-cocked means the hammer's safe, but loaded. Back in the day, if it was half-cocked, that thing would have gone off. Like that would have been half-cocked back at guns in that era would not have saved you. It would have fucking gone off. Trust me on this.
Well, he hasn't heard from his family in a while, so maybe they're all dead because of the gunshot.
Maybe they shot all of them.
One gunshot killed all of them. That was what the warning was for, of course.
Yeah. Fucking bullet goes straight through every single one of them.
It bounced off a whole bunch of suits of armor they got in the castle.
Yeah, just fucking cannon half-cocked at the top of the stairs.
An unlucky cut, slipping on a piece of orange peel in the street. Not even a banana peel? Come on, dude. When was this written? Barbaric. The merest incident imaginable is sufficient to change opulence to beggary in the life's program of an individual whose income depends on eye, on nerve, on hand, and beside the consciousness of this fact, Hertford O'Donnell knew that beyond a certain point in his profession, progress was not easy. It did not depend quite on the strength of his own bow and shield, whether he counted his earnings by hundreds or thousands. Work may achieve competence, but mere work cannot, in a profession, at all events, compass fortune. He looked around him, and he perceived that the majority of great men, great and wealthy, had been indebted for their elevation more to the accident of birth, patronage, connection, or marriage, than to personal ability. Personal ability, no doubt, they possessed, but then little Jones, who lived in Frith Street, and who could barely keep himself and his wife and family, had ability too, only he lacked the concomitants of success. Concomitants.
Yeah, sure.
I forgot where I was.
Concomitants of success.
He wanted something or someone to puff him into notoriety, a brother at court, a lord's leg to mend, a rich wife to give him prestige in society. And in the absence of this something or someone, he had grown gray-haired and faint-hearted while laboring for a world which utterly despises its most obsequious servants. Clatter along the streets with a pair of fine horses, snub the middle classes, and drive over the commonalty. That is the way to compass wealth and popularity in England, said Hertford O'Donnell bitterly.
Oh yeah, this is getting
He finally spoke.
Yeah.
We're getting somewhere.
And what he said was anti-capitalist. Let's go.
Yeah, dude. Said he bitterly, and as the man desired wealth and popularity, he set before his fire, with a foot on each hob, and a short pipe in his mouth, considering how he might best obtain the means to clatter along the streets in his carriage and splash plebeians with mud from his wheels like the best. Maybe he's not
Okay.
that anti-capitalist.
No, he just wants to be rich himself.
He's just selfish, yeah.
Yeah. Fucked
In
up.
Dublin, he could, by means of his name and connection, have done well. But then he was not in Dublin, neither did he want to be. The bitterest memories of his life were inseparable from the very name of the Green Island, and he had no desire to return to it. Besides, in Dublin, heiresses are not quite so plentiful as in England, and an heiress, Hertford O'Donnell had decided, would do more for him than years of steady work. A rich wife would clear him of debt, introduce him to fashionable practice, afford him that measure of social respectability which a medical bachelor invariably lacks, deliver him from the loneliness of Gerrard Street and the domination of Mr. and Mrs. Coles.
Oh, he's an asshole.
Yeah, I think he sucks.
Oh god, he'd be a crypto bro. So true. But worst of all, he's a crypto bro who wants to marry rich.
Yeah, I don't think this is a good protagonist. Hope he dies to the Banshee's warning.
Honestly, bold of him, because men don't usually get to marry rich. It's just women who get to marry rich.
Yeah, right? But, you know, I guess he does seem like he's making things harder for himself. Who the fuck are the Mr. and Miss Coyle?
They're
Anyway,
his,
Cole's
they're
landlords,
his,
probably.
No, they're the butler and
That's it. Housekeeper.
whatever, maid. Yeah, housekeeper.
To
I guess
most
he doesn't
men,
like them very much.
I guess not. To most men, deliberately bartering away their independence for money seems so prosaic a business that they strive to gloss it over even to themselves, and to assign every reason for their choice, save that which is really the influencing one. Not so, however, with Hertford O'Donnell. He sat beside the fire, scoffing over his proposed bargain, thinking of the lady's age, her money bags, her desirable house in town, her seat in the country, her snobbishness, her folly. Okay, bud.
When you described that person, despite even though that he's talking about women, I just think of money bags and Spyro the Dragon. Just his snobbishness, his money bags, his desirable house in town,
His folly.
his folly.
It would be a fitting ending, he sneered, and why I did not settle the matter tonight passes my comprehension. I am not a fool to be frightened with old women's tales, and yet I must have turned white. I felt I did, and she asked me whether I were ill. And then to think of my being such an idiot as to ask her if she had heard anything like a cry, as though she would be likely to hear that. She with her poor parvenu blood, which I often imagine must have been mixed with some of her father's strong pickling vinegar. What the deuce could I have been dreaming about?
Oh no, he watches Family Guy.
I wonder what it really was. And Hertford O'Donnell pushed his hair back off his forehead and took another draught from the too familiar tumbler, which was placed conveniently on the chimney piece. Did we miss something? He's describing a situation we have not experienced.
Yes, he as far as I can tell, he is describing what happened after he heard after he heard a shout. So he asked his maid if she'd heard something, and he's like, of course she didn't hear anything. She's fucking poor. She's fucking poor of bad blood, so of course she wouldn't hear anything.
Yeah.
What a bitch.
Fucking dumb shit. Too poor to recognize a scream.
So true. Not like me, a famous doctor. I can recognize screams plenty.
I can hear them every day. After expressly making up my mind to propose too, this is not about the housekeeper, it is about someone else.
Oh no, this okay, yeah, this is about I guess about a woman he's trying to court. Oh, the
Yes.
rich woman, of course. So
Yeah, the rich woman.
he asked her if
We don't have a
If-
name, we just know
Yeah.
that there's a rich woman.
so he asked her, and he was like, oh, she's lame, she sucks, but at least she's got money.
He wanted to propose, but didn't yet, but then because there was that scream. After expressly making up my mind to propose too, he mentally continued, could it have been conscience? that myth, which somebody who knew nothing about the matter said, makes cowards of us all? I have no intention of wronging Miss Janet Price Ingot, not the least. Honestly and fairly I shall marry her. Honestly and fairly I shall act by her. An old wife is not exactly an ornamental article of furniture in a man's house, and I do not know that the fact of her being well gilded makes her look any handsomer. But she shall have no cause for complaint, and I will go and dine with her tomorrow and settle the matter.
I see. So, this Mrs. Ingot, she's old, but she's rich, so he's gonna marry her. But he thinks it's fine because he's gonna keep her well.
Yeah. He's like, I will just like treat her well, I guess. So that's good.
That's
you know?
something.
Yeah.
At least he's not gonna neglect her. Any more than a woman of that era would have been.
Yep. Having arrived at which resolution, Mr. O'Donnell arose, kicked down that fire, burning hollow, with the heel of his boot, knocked the ashes out of his pipe, emptied his tumbler, and bethought him it was time to go to bed. He was not in the habit of taking his rest as so early as 11:45, but he felt uneasily weary, tired mentally and bodily, and lonely beyond all power of expression. Damn, we're all yearning.
Oh yeah, even this guy.
I missed an egg. Muzzle flesh's egg. I'm so sorry.
He emptied his tumbler for his reblogs were cringe. He had been yearning on Maine, thus he deleted his posts.
He could not let others see this. Oh, and another cheese for you.
I feel like you're spending more points to cheese me just because it's me. You don't usually cheese Zoe this much.
No, I tend to get one egg or one cheese every 3 streams or so.
Yeah.
Other ear.
Other ear.
Car battery!
Ow, fuck! Oh, you've killed me!
What have you done?
You've killed me!
No,
Oh,
you're still there, but oh no!
Oh, that means I've got to change model.
Oh, you died. Hold on, let me just get rid of you for a second.
Roll the roulette. I'm going to roll the roulette anyway, despite the fact it doesn't mean anything.
Nah.
No? Okay, fine.
Because then they can see me.
Oh, that's true. I just like to see what it lands on.
No. This will just make it more exciting when we do it again.
There we go. I've changed my model. I'm back, baby! Why am I a ghost? I know I'm not. That's just the Discord screen share bugging out. Never mind.
No, you're not a ghost.
I'm back.
Yay, you're so little now.
I'm so little now.
You got hit into being smaller.
You knocked the autism into me.
To the forefront. Actually, I should make it a bit smaller.
You knocked the autism onto the forefront.
Here, I'll put you over here so you're a little bit closer to me. That's fine.
Also, Flash has redeemed throw some dynamite for 500 points. You can't do that. You can't do that on the stream.
Hold on. Do I have... Hold on.
What are you doing? What awful things are you doing?
I don't think I have that.
What, dynamite?
Wait, well, not dynamite, but... Maybe it's in here? Ah, here we go. Let me just see... Sure. There you go.
Thank you. Is that gonna remain on my face the whole time?
Nah, just for a little bit.
Once I've DM'd you something.
Okay. Give me the fucking cheese, there we go. Put that on your little tail. What if you DM'd me, you freak?
How dare you?
Okay, good. Let me just get that real quick.
Thank you. Oh, it's just like a real dial-up stream.
Yeah, right? Okay, get rid of this one.
Actually, can I switch back? I kind of want to be my full model again.
Aw, I mean, I guess if you wanna.
There we go. There's the dynamite. Yeah, I kind of want to. I feel a bit out of place being. I know you just moved everything, but I feel a bit out of place being this size.
Aw, but you're so small and cute. Hold on,
I'm sorry.
You're so small and cute.
Oh, thank you.
Now you're normal.
Bruh. No, I'm normal. I'm still small.
You're so small. I'm still small though. I should hold on a second. I could like put you I can put you here. So like you're next to me. You can't do a redeem fitting alt right now. I'm a legit chiller. I mean, if you want to spend your points on that, sure, I guess.
Thank you.
Let's see.
Why am I going?
If I put,
Black and
do I
white.
make you like this, I guess.
Why am I dimming?
I don't know, because your PNG thing isn't good yet,
Okay.
I guess. But look, there you are.
I see. It's because I've set both as the same thing. There we go. Hello, it's me. I'm massive now. Yay! We're best buddies. Thumbs up. If I can't move my arms. Help!
No. But so sorry. I'm gonna have to put you back in the corner again.
No, that's fine. I need to be there regardless, so I can take place as the meme target.
Exactly.
Oh, also the being struck by things target that too.
Yeah, that's mostly it.
Oh, I see how it is.
Sorry.
Wench.
Just having all the redeems that take place there, you know?
Yeah,
You just have to do
I
that.
get it.
Go blow it up. Up.
Ah, no! Ow! My.
I should make that one a lot bigger, actually. Sure.
There we
Whatever.
go. Ow. See, here's how I do it on my stream: is that I have it so the GIF plays, and then as
another,
as the thing impacts Delta Rune Explosion, the GIF blows up both the hands and myself, so I vanish behind it.
Very good. Okay, let's continue on.
Oh yes, of course.
You went to bed because you're so fucking tired. The fair Janet would be better than this, he said, half aloud. And then with a start and a shiver and a blanched face, he turned sharply around, whilst a low, sobbing, wailing cry echoed mournfully through the room.
Huh? Is this it? Is this the Banshee?
We're getting to the scares, Jet.
Fuck yeah.
We're going to get so scared now. It's happening for real.
This is now an ASMR stream.
I'm going to ASMR the rest of this, if that's okay with you all.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. No firm of work. No worms.
No worms.
No form of words could give an idea of the sound, the plaintiveness of the Aeolian sharp, the plaintiveness which so soon affects and lowers the highest spirits. Would have seemed wildly gay in comparison with the sadness of the cry which seemed floating in the air. As the summer wind comes and goes amongst the trees, so that mournful wail came and went. It came in a rush of sound, like a gradual crescendo managed by a skillful musician, and died away in a lingering note, so gently that the listener could scarcely tell the exact moment when it faded into utter silence. We better get 7 solid pages of how hot the Banshee is. It's a quality. Agreed.
Banshee was ugly as shit. Like the worst. And she was also Irish.
The Banshee had a rockin' bod.
That's a rocking bod.
I say faded, for it disappeared as the coastline disappears in the twilight, and there was total stillness in the apartment. Then, for the first time, Hertford O'Donnell looked at his dog. He's got a dog, I guess.
I guess so. And he's never seen it before.
It's like, where the fuck did the dog come from? That's my dog. I know it's my dog, but I didn't know I had a dog before.
For the first time he looked at his dog. Whoa!
Oh, fuck. That's a dog. Fred Flex, thank you very much for the egg.
What the dog doing?
The doctor.
The first time he looked at his dog and asked, what it be doing?
Do you stream from the Twin Peaks room? I haven't actually seen Twin Peaks. I wanna. But yes, totally.
I made a reference to that when she showed me when she turned on her webcam. I was like, "Damn, you in the red room?" Did not understand.
Oh wait, yeah, I actually do. I kind of know what that is. I know it because it's also there's an homage to it in Deadly Premonition. That's why I know of it. Yeah. Do your
Great game.
best. Okay. Nyorsevmi Nil Nikla Lat Strakab Seb Roy Odd. Oh, en nou Nederlands?
That's
Nou,
basically
Nederlands
talking
probeer-
backwards, to be fair.
Ja, toch? I mean, dat klinkt basically gewoon hetzelfde, dus ook niet zoveel.
Where she go? I'm here. I'm right here.
Here. Hello. Here. Hi. Hallo
No,
allemaal.
fuck you. I'm the streamer.
Nee, fuck off. Mijn
No, fuck.
stream.
No, fuck off. Fuck you.
Nee. Fuck
You
jou.
know I can't move my arms. This is cheating.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. That's why I did it, because then you can't fucking do anything back.
I'll get you next time. No, I cannot
Hey.
speak the Netherlands.
I can. Hi, Syria. How you doing? Good to see you, and fun to see you engage with Dutch. Wee. Anyway, where was I?
Yippee.
Then, for the first time, Hertford O'Donnell looked at his dog, and beholding the creature crouched into a corner beside the fireplace, called upon him to come out. His voice sounded strange even to himself, and apparently the dog thought so too, for he made no effort to obey the summons. Come here, sir, his master repeated. That's cute. You know, really respecting your dog,
really
calling it
respecting, sir.
Yeah.
Come here, sir.
Come here, sir, his master repeated, and then the animal came crawling reluctantly toward, with his hair on end, his eyes almost starting from his head, trembling violently, as the surgeon who caressed him felt. So you heard it, Brian? He said to the dog. And so your ears are sharper than Miss Ingot's, old fellow. It's a mighty queer thing to think of. Queer. Being
Queer.
favored. Queer.
Queer
being
mentioned.
Queer mentioned. Being favored with a visit from a banshee in Gerard Street. And as the lady has traveled so far, I only wish I knew whether there is any sort of refreshment she would like to take after her long journey. He spoke. Oh, sorry. Let me try again. Blah 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 blah. I'll just do the last bit. I only wish I knew whether there is any sort of refreshment that she would like to take after her long journey.
Please don't hurt me.
He spoke loudly, and with a certain mocking defiance, seeming to think the phantom he addressed would reply. But when he stopped at the end of his sentence, no sound came through the stillness. There was a dead silence in the room, a silence broken only by the falling of the cinders on the hearth and the breathing of his dog. If my visitor would tell me, he proceeded, for whom this lamentation is being made, whether for myself or for some member of my illustrious family, I would feel immensely obliged. It seems too much honor for a poor surgeon to have such attention paid him. Good heavens, what is that? He exclaimed as a ring, loud and peremptory, woke all the echoes in the house and brought his housekeeper in a state of distressing dishabille.
Dishabille.
Dishabille?
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 Yeah, maybe, I don't know.
Are you
Out of her
following?
warm bed, as she subsequently stated, to the head of the staircase. Across the hall, Hertford O'Donnell strode, relieved at the prospect of speaking to any living being. What about your dog? He took no precaution of putting up the chain, but flung the door wide. A dozen burglars would have proved welcome in comparison with that ghostly intruder he had been interviewing. Therefore, as has been said, he threw the door wide, admitting a rush of wet, cold air, which made poor Mrs. Cole's few remaining teeth chatter in her head. "Who is there? What do you want?" asked the surgeon, seeing no person and hearing no voice. "Who is there? Why the devil can't you speak?" When even this polite exhortation failed to elicit an answer, he passed out into the night and looked up the street and down the street. Up the street and down the street. Sure, you could have said up and down the street, but that's fine, I guess. It's okay.
Look both ways before crossing the street.
Do that, that's important. To see nothing but the driving rain and the blinking headlights. Or lights, not headlights. "If this goes on much longer, I shall soon think I must be either mad or drunk," he muttered, as he re-entered the house and locked and bolted the door once more. "Lord's sake, what is the matter, sir?" asked Miss Coles from the upper flight, careful only to reveal the borders of her nightcap to Mr. O'Donnell's admiring gaze.
Oh. She's worried that he's gonna see her ankles.
I think so, yes. "Is anybody killed? Have you got to go out, sir?" "It was only a runaway ring," he answered, trying to reassure himself with an explanation he did not in his heart believe. "Runaway? I'd run away them," murmured Miss Coles as she retired to the conjugal couch, where Coles was, to quote her own expression, "snoring like a pig through it all." Almost immediately afterwards, she heard her master ascend the stairs and close his bedroom door. "Madame will surely be too much of a gentlewoman to intrude here," thought the surgeon, scoffing even at his own fears. But when he lay down, he did not put out his light, and made Brian leap up and crouch on the coverlet beside him.
Good old Brian.
Good old Brian. We love Brian.
We love Brian.
We are finally into scares, so that is good. It came very suddenly, but
Yes.
at least we're here now.
Came very suddenly after an hour of hearing how fucking hot he was.
And sad.
And
Don't forget
hot
about
and-
sad. But doesn't it make him more attractive, really?
He's a little dangerous. He's a
He's so
brooding.
dangerous. He's brooding.
He's
Exactly.
brooding. He's
You
a
know?
hot emo guy.
Exactly.
He's Irish.
He's Irish, which apparently is a downside.
You know what that means, ladies.
Yeah, what does it mean? That he's from Ireland.
Oh, back in the... Ow, fuck me.
It's really funny seeing it happen to someone else.
Back in the day, you know what it meant is from Ireland.
Yep.
Poor.
Poor. Even though he wasn't poor in Ireland. The man was fairly frightened and would have thought it no discredit to his manhood to acknowledge as much. Gross. Toxic masculinity. He was not afraid of death. He was not afraid of trouble. He was not afraid of danger. But he was afraid of the Banshee. Of the Banshee.
Bum, bum, bum.
And as he laid with his hand on the dog's head, he recalled the many stories he had been told concerning this family retainer in the days of youth. He had not thought about her for years and years. Never before had he heard her voice himself. When his brother died, she had not thought it necessary to travel up to Dublin and give him notice of the impending catastrophe. If she had, I would have gone down to Callaghan and perhaps saved his life, considered the surgeon. I wonder who this is for. If for me, that would settle my debts and my marriage. If I could be quite certain it was either of the old people, I would start tomorrow. Then vaguely his mind wandered on to think of every Banshee story he had ever heard of in his life. About the beautiful lady with the wreath of flowers, who sat on the rocks below Redcastle in the county Antrim, crying till one of the sons died of love for her. Dude, she does have a rocking bod.
She does.
About the round chamber at Dunlas, which was swept clean by the banshee every night, about the bed in a certain great house in Ireland, which was slept in constantly, although no human being ever passed in or out after dark. About that general officer who, the night before Waterloo, said to a friend, "I have heard the banshee, and shall not come off the field alive tomorrow. Break the news gently to poor Carrie." And who, nevertheless, coming safe off the field, had subsequently news about poor Carrie broken tenderly and pitifully to him, about the lad who, aloft in the rigging, hearing through the night a sobbing and wailing coming over the waters, went down to the captain and told him he was afraid they were somehow out of their reckoning, just in time to save the ship, which, when morning broke, they found, but for his warning, could have been on the rocks. It was blowing great guns, and the sea was all in a fret. Hold on, let me adjust the microphone a little bit more.
I like this though. It's explaining that the banshee's not necessarily an
evil entity, yeah.
An evil. It's just bringing a warning, and whether or not you heed this or not,
Yeah.
you know, up to
I like
you.
it. I've missed a bunch of eggs again. How does this keep happening? I'm just tuning them out now. I'm too autistic for this shit. Like, they're just part of my routine now. I just don't register
You
them
need
anymore.
to change the egg sound somehow.
I do, right? I need to change to something else. Diaga, Mike Loves Rabbit, and The Ghost of Christmas Future. Ghosts are very Halloweeny, but it is not Christmas. Thank you both all for your eggs.
I must profess, now that you've moved the mic, there's some echo going on.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh. What about now?
No, it's better, yeah.
If I whisper, is it still good?
Yeah, it's still good, yeah.
Okay, cool. It was blowing great guns, and the sea was all in a fret and turmoil, and they could sometimes see in the throe of the white waves, as down a valley, the cruel black reefs they had escaped. On deck, the captain stood speaking to the boy who had saved them. This is like a long tangent all of a sudden.
Yeah,
I felt like the stuff we had at first, like, ooh, and this is a banshee thing, and that's a banshee thing. Like, ooh, yes, we're setting the tone, very good. And now it's just like, and here's Moby Dick. You know?
Well, it's explaining what a banshee is. You gotta,
I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
On deck, the captain stood speaking to the boy who had saved them, and asking how he knew of their danger. And when the lad told him, the captain laughed and said her ladyship had been outwitted at that time. But the boy answered, with a grave shake of his head, that the warning was either for him or his, and that if he got safe to port, there would be bad tidings waiting for him from home. Whereupon the captain bade him go below and get some brandy and lie down.
I don't feel safe.
Yeah, right? I'm scared. He got the brandy, and he lay down, but he never rose again. And when the storm abated, when a great calm succeeded to the previous tempest, there was a very solemn funeral at sea. And on their arrival at Liverpool, the captain took a journey to Ireland to tell a widowed mother how her only son died, and to bear his few effects to the poor, desolate soul.
How did he die?
In his sleep, I guess.
I guess
The brandy was
so.
poisoned. I mean, maybe he had like a pre-existing heart condition. Who's to say?
I guess so.
And Hertford O'Donnell thought again about his own father writing. Oh, and I want to try something real quick.
Okay.
Look, we're in the dark now. It's scarier.
It's so much scarier.
Ooh. A ghost story. I'm not gonna do that too much.
Died of real scared.
Kind of really scared. But I'm leaving the light like this. This is nice and spooky.
The surgeon just diagnoses him with scared.
Too scared.
Too
Ooh,
scared.
it's kind of dark though. I can still read the book.
Got too scared too quick. He died of hearing a horror story about hearing how hot the protagonist was for an hour and a half.
Chris, I need to go. I need to get some food in me. No, I'm getting to the part where I describe that his face is handsome for the 50th time. Oh, also an egg. Yes. Thank you, Zero Elec. Zero Elec, thank you very much for starting the 3rd egg stack.
Friends that came back, they died of scary.
Another one. I did hear this one.
The
Ashley
truth
Miami.
come out? Book scary.
Book kind of scary. And Hertford O'Donnell thought again about his own father riding full chase across country and hearing, as he galloped by a clump of plantation, something like a sobbing and wailing. The hounds were in full cry, but he still felt, as he afterwards expressed it, that there was something among those trees that he could not pass. And so he jumped off his horse and hung the reins over the branch of a Scotch fir and beat the cover well. But not a thing could he find in it. Among?
For fuck's sake, you can't just fucking hear the word among and go, it's gotta be among us. Like, the word among is just a word that is used constantly. Hi, it's me.
I thought it was funny. Then...
Hi, it's me. You gotta stop.
Then, for the first time in his life, Miles O'Donnell turned his horse's head from the hunt, and within a mile of Callaghan, met a man running to tell him his brother's gun had burst and injured him mortally. See, this is why you don't leave your gun at half-cock.
Don't leave it half-cock. I told you, Mecha VT. You didn't believe me. I told you.
This is actually something different. This is not the same gun, but still.
It could be the same gun.
It's not, because it's in the past.
It's a Chekhov's gun.
And he remembered the story also of how Mary O'Donnell, his great aunt, being married to a young Englishman, heard the banshee as she sat one evening waiting for his return, and of how she, thinking the bridge by which he often came home unsafe for horse and man, went out in a great panic to meet and entreat him to go round by the main road for her sake. Sir Everard was riding along in the moonlight, making straight for the bridge, when he beheld a figure dressed all in white crossing it. Then there was a crash, and the figure disappeared. The lady was rescued and brought back to the hall, but next morning there were 2 dead bodies within its walls. Those of Lady Ayrton and her stillborn son.
Oh.
That's sad.
That is sad. Damn, banshees got sucked, dude.
I mean, they try to warn you. It's just they don't give good warnings, I guess.
Yeah. They need to be more specific about their warnings. So maybe they stopped crying for once and actually use their words.
Seriously, if you can't talk, can you like write something on a piece of paper? You know, maybe like fog up a window and write in that. You know.
Imagine just riding along and you see a banshee just with a sign held above its head that says, "Your kid's gonna die." Just maybe she does some cool tricks like those people on the side of the road that spin their signs. Like, put some fucking lights across it. Like, your kid's gonna die.
They're gonna fucking die. Why isn't there just normal men working? That's annoying. Unless it already happened.
It did work. It played.
Oh, okay. I just didn't notice at all.
Again, it's become your desensitized to it.
Yep.
You need to raise the volume so it gives you a real fucking...
I do. I gotta do that for Oh No as well. Anyway.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Quicker than I write them, these memories chased one another through Hertford O'Donnell's brain, and there was one more terrible memory than any which would recur to him, concerning an Irish nobleman who, seated alone in his great townhouse in London, heard the banshee and rushed out to get rid of the phantom, which wailed in his ear. Nevertheless, as he strode down Piccadilly, there it is again, Piccadilly. And then the surgeon remembered how that nobleman went with a friend to the opera, feeling sure that there was no banshee, unless she had a box, could find admittance, until suddenly he heard her singing up amongst the highest part of the scenery, with a terrible mournfulness and a pathos, whatever. Pathos. Which made the prima donna's tenderest notes seem harsh by comparison. As he came out, some quarrel arose between him and a famous fire eater, Sure, against whom he stumbled, and the result was that the next afternoon there was a new lord, Vice Lord, killed in a duel with Captain Bravo.
Never go against a fire eater, Zoe. It's not worth it.
Never. They eat
Never.
fire. How the fuck are you supposed to?
Yeah,
Who
you
knows
think you
what else
can-
they can do? You know.
Punch you real hard, apparently.
I wish I had enough points because this would be perfect time for Zoe to dab without limits with the leap motion thing. Yeah, it's happened once before in the beginning of the stream, but nobody's redeemed it since, which is kind of a surprise. I'm gonna be honest. That. Ooh, that.
Hell yeah. Go for it, girl.
I did it. Next time I'll try dipping Wildy. Memories like these are not the most enlivening possible. They are apt to make a man fanciful and nervous and wakeful. But as time ran on, Hertford O'Donnell fell asleep, with his candle still burning, and Brian's cold nose pressed against his hand. He dreamt of...
So I was just about to say shout out to Brian.
Shout out to Brian. We love Brian. He dreamt of his mother's family. The sippy that I have to take now.
What's
actually
a
gonna-
strange specific thing to dream of?
Well, we all gotta take a sippy.
He dreamt of the sippy.
Cannot dab.
It's true I can't.
Utterly dabless behavior.
How fucking dare you? I come on this stream. I agree to co-host. I get treated. I get bonked on the head. I get treated like this, and I get called dabless. This is too much. This is becoming too much.
I'm sorry, bud.
Every day of my life, I am mistreated.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. I forgive you.
Good.
I'm weak.
I'm happy. He dreamt of his mother's family.
Ow, fuck off! I hate you all. Ow! That was a car battery in that one.
Yeah. Always, it's Halloween. Be very careful. You know, make sure to inspect your kids' Yobots because they might contain car batteries. He dreamt of his mother's family, the Hertfords of Artingbury, Yorkshire, far off relatives of Lord Hertford, so far off that even Miss O'Donnell held no clue to the genealogical maze. He thought he was at Artingbury fishing, that it was a misty summer morning and the fish rising beautifully. In his dreams he looked one after another, and the boy who was with him threw them into the basket. At last, there was one more difficult to land than the others, and the boy, in his eagerness to watch the sport, drew nearer and nearer to the brink, while the fisher, intent on his prey, failed to notice his companion's danger. Suddenly there was a cry, a splash, and the boy disappeared from sight. Next instant he rose again, however, and then for the first time, Hertford O'Donnell saw his face. It was one he knew well. In a moment he plunged into the water and struck out for the lad. He had him by the hair. He was turning to bring him back to land. Just pulling him by the hair, that's not good, dude.
I mean, go try something.
Yeah. I guess. I mean, in a panic and stuff.
Yeah.
And also you might not even be able to swim and stuff,
Ow.
you know? Robots need eat. Oh, speaking of which,
Oh,
any
it's
moment now.
Any moment now. Ow.
Turning to try and bring him back to land, when the stream suddenly changed into a wide, wild, shoreless sea, where the billows were chasing one another with a mad, demoniac mirth. For a while, O'Donnell kept the lad and himself afloat. They were swept under the waves and came up again, only to see the larger waves rushing toward them. But through it all, the surgeon never loosened his hold until a tremendous billow, engulfing them both, tore the boy from his grasp.
Zoe, did demoniac actually say demonic?
No.
It does say demoniac.
It says demoniac.
What the fuck does that mean?
Yeah, I read it. I was like, demoniac. Okay, sure.
Yeah. It's true, that is why I'm here. I'm here to act as a target.
Yeah, it's true.
These barrels of eels, shockingly heavy.
Got
Ow.
your mother in a well. Shut up! Shut up! Stop! I don't wanna get copyright strikes.
She forgot for a second that copyright existed.
Yeah, no. No, for a second. The phone forgot.
The phone forgot. The phone has no ability to think, so. Shut up, David!
It's not even Monday.
Mr. Bowie, with all due respect, shut the fuck up.
Please stop.
Please stop, we're begging you.
Well, everyone, it is 9 p.m. my time, which means I've got to go do my estrogel. We'll be taking a 20 or so minute long break while I put on some nice music. We're opening a new bottle of E. Hell yeah, we're popping bottles for Halloween. Yeah. If you have to do any medicine, please remember to do so. Make sure you stay hydrated, get some stickies, stretch your leggies, and we'll be back to read more of the book afterwards. Let's see, we've got 7 pages to go.
No, that's not too bad.
Yeah.
We'll have time for a creepypasta afterwards.
Perhaps. Yeah. See you guys soon.
See you soon, guys. Bye.
Hello. Hi everyone.
Hello.
I'm back. Hi. Welcome back to not it's not a break anymore.
It's true, it isn't.
Yeah, crazy how that happens, huh? The surprise is that I've got a face cam for a change. Doing a little bump on the socials.
During the break, I changed my outfit as the murder of myself required, so...
Very good, nice.
Thank you.
Ow. Go over here.
Why'd you say ow? That E hit me?
It's because of Pavlov, and it's because I'm an empath.
I hate Pavlov so much. What an asshole.
I know.
Why was he doing that to that dog?
He did, and to me.
And to, okay, yeah, I'm sorry.
He's done that. He did this to me. He made me be like this when I hear like noises and shit. You know?
You mean like this?
Yeah, that too.
I'm sorry.
Anyway, hi everyone. I hope you had a good break. If you weren't here yet before the break, then welcome. As you can see, I've got a face cam today. Because at the beginning of the year, I promised that I would do one, and now here we are. I'm finally doing one to celebrate Halloween. Because, you know, favorite holiday and stuff, and I wanted to do something special for it, so...
The name of this alt is Jodie Queen. I'm the model today.
This is the model. This is just me. This is not a model. This is just me.
Yeah.
This is the model here.
I am Jodie Queen. I'm a different type of alt. I don't do any punching. Well, very limited punching. I do punch occasionally, but I explode things.
No. There's still like a punch to that, I suppose.
Yeah, explosions are like fun. Don't put another piece of cheese on me. My face will be invisible.
I could put it somewhere else on your body.
That's
Put it
true.
on your shoulder or something. By the end of the stream, you're just gonna be all cheese.
Can you move the one that's like right on my forehead, or at least make it small? It's like blocking.
Yeah, but it's like
everything.
the fun.
Okay, but make it a tiny bit smaller.
Fine.
I don't like this covering my eyes. I like my eyes visible so people see how lovely they look.
Oh, fair enough. There you go then.
Thank you.
Did I get the eggs? No, I didn't.
My cheese shoulder pen.
Akai, Tenebris Forge, and Ray Engineer. Thank you all very much for your eggs. So yeah, this is not a permanent thing. I'm not gonna stop being a VTuber. It's just something special. So I hope you guys enjoy it. You did donate money for it way back when, after all. So I assume you guys wanted this.
They did want to. They're getting it regardless. So
You're getting it. It's here. So they know. And today we are reading a spooky story that you can't even fucking see. It's good. We do wanted this. I love the makeup and the fit. Thank you. Fit is immaculate. Thank you. I've got a whole petticoat and everything. It's very pretty.
it is.
So like it's got like lacing at the bottom. Anyway, it's nice, right?
Yeah. Don't get to turn the light off again.
Oh, I actually, it's already sort of turned off a little, but I'll make it a little bit darker.
Spooky.
Spooky. It is Spooktober, after all. It's Halloween even.
Hello, AI the Aardvark.
I the artwork. I never read as AI. But thank you all very much. I appreciate. Gonna move the microphone because it's blocking the light. What little light I have. So where were we?
There was.
Right.
He'd just gone
Yes,
to
here we
bed.
are.
His dog. He laid his dog onto the bed.
Yeah, he let his dog on the bed and then he started having like. Just change the music. There we go. Scary. And then hyper realistic Zoe appeared on stream and beat up all of chat.
And then blood started pouring from their faces.
Yes.
Hyper realistic blood.
Awesome.
You should make a creepypasta themed U-bot model.
I think it'd be funny actually. There's blood coming from the monitor.
Yeah.
That'd be cute. Right. Okay.
The
It
U-bots
was.
were flesh the whole time.
Right. He went to bed and he was having nightmares.
Yeah.
And I was eating grapes.
Oh, nice. What color are the grapes?
Green.
Nice.
And then he was watching people fishing, and there was a guy and a kid, and the kid fell in the water, and he went to save the kid, and he saw the face of the kid, but we don't know. It was a face he knew well, but we don't know who it was. He tried to save him, but then suddenly he was at sea.
Hang on, let's.
Oh, scary!
Hang on, let's do a full recap just for everyone. Okay, first, imagine the hottest surgeon you've ever seen in your entire life.
Imagine that for about an hour.
Yeah, for about an hour. Then someone screamed at him, and now we're here.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's pretty much the recap.
Also, he's depressed and Irish.
Oh yeah, he's depressed and Irish. Those things might be related, we're not sure.
I'm not sure. In a moment he plunged. They were swept under waves and came up again, only to see larger waves rushing towards them. But through it all, the surgeon never loosened his hand until a tremendous billow, and gulping them both, tore the boy from his grasp. With the horror of his dream upon him, he awoke to hear a voice saying quite distinctly, "Go to the hospital. Go at once." The surgeon started up in bed, rubbed his eyes, and looked around. The candlelight was flickering faintly in its socket. Brian, with his ears pricked forward, had raised his head at his master's sudden movement. Brian is the dog.
Yeah.
Everything was quiet, but still those words were ringing in his ear. Go to the hospital, go at once. The tremendous peal of the bell overnight and his sentence seemed to be simultaneous. That he was wanted at Guy's, that's the hospital. It's a hospital for guys.
No.
Wait, it's not. Waited imperatively, came to O'Donnell like an inspiration. Neither sense nor reason had anything to do with the distinction that roused him out of bed and made him dress as speedily as possible and grope his way down the staircase, Brian following. He opened the front door and passed out into the darkness. The rain was over, and the stars were shining as he pursued his way down Newport Market, and thence winding in and out in a southeasterly direction through Lincoln's Inn Fields and Old Square to Chancery Lane, where he proceeded to St. Paul's. Along the deserted streets, he resolutely continued his walk. He did not know what he was going to Guy's for. Some instinct was urging him on, and he neither strove to combat nor control it. Only once did the thought of turning back cross his mind, and that was at the archway leading into Old Square. There he had paused for a moment, asking himself whether he were not gone stark, staring mad. But Guy's seemed preferable to the haunted house and Garrard Street, and he walked resolutely on, determined to say, if any surprise were expressed at his appearance, that he had been sent for. Sent for? Yes, truly. But by whom? On through Cannon Street, on over London Bridge, where the lights flickered in the river, and the sullen splash of the water flowing beneath the arches, washing the stone piers, could be heard. Now the human din was hushed and lulled to sleep. On, thinking of many things, of the days of his youth, of his dead brother, of his father's heavily encumbered estate, of the fortune his mother had vowed she would leave to some charity rather than to him. But he refused to marry according to her choice. If he refused to marry according to her choice, that's why he left. We know
What
now.
a bitch.
What a bitch.
That's why he's going to guys, because he wants to marry a guy.
It makes so much
It
sense.
does. Oh, his mother's
That's-
homophobic.
That's why, like, he wants to marry rich and stuff. So he's like, I'll just marry, because he doesn't actually care. Because he lives in a time when like homosexuality isn't really that accepted or even well known about. So he doesn't understand himself. He knows that he doesn't really want to marry a woman because he doesn't fall in love. So he's like, I want to marry a woman rich because I'm expected to marry. So might as well marry in a way that benefits me because I'm not going to marry in a way that I love because I don't fall in love with women.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
It makes sense. We love a problematic queer protagonist.
So problematic.
Of his wild life in London, of the terrible cry he had heard overnight, that unearthly wail which he could not drive from his memory even when he entered Guy's, and confronted the porter, who said, "You've been sent for, sir. Did you meet the messenger?" Like one in a dream, Hertford O'Donnell heard him. Like one in a dream, also, he asked what was the matter. "Bad accident, sir. Fire. Fell off balcony, unsafe, old building. Mother and child, a son. Child with compound fracture of thigh." This, the joint information of porter and house surgeon, mingled together and made a boom in Mr. O'Donnell's ear like the sound of the sea breaking on a shingly shore. Only one sentence he understood properly. Immediate amputation necessary. At this point he grew cold. He was a careful, cautious, successful surgeon in a moment. "The child, you say?" he answered. "Let me see him." The Guy's hospital of today may be different to the Guy's Hertford O'Donnell knew so well. Railways have, I believe, swept away the old operating room. Railways may have changed the position of the former accident ward, to reach which, in the days of which I am writing, the two surgeons had to pass a staircase leading to the upper stories. On the lower step of this staircase, partially in shadow, Hertford O'Donnell beheld, as he came forward, an old woman seated. An old woman with steaming gray hair, with attenuated arms, with head bowed forward, with scanty clothing?
Scanty clothing?
Like shitty, probably?
Shit ass clothes. She had zero drip.
With zero drip. Bare feet is the next thing. With bare feet, who never looked up at their approach, but sat unnoticing, shaking her head and wringing her hands in an extremity of despair. "Who was that?" asked Mr. O'Donnell, almost involuntarily. "Who was what?" demanded his companion. That woman," was the reply. "What woman?" "There! Are you blind? Seated on the bottom step of the staircase. What is she doing?" persisted Mr. O'Donnell. "There is no woman near us," his companion answered, looking at the rising surgeon very much as though he suspected him of seeing double. "No woman?" scoffed Hertford. "Do you expect me to believe the evidence of my own eyes? We're getting into it." And he walked up to the figure, meaning to touch it, but as he essayed to do so, the woman seemed to rise in the air and float away, with her arms stretched high up over her head, uttering such a wail of pain and agony and distress as caused the Irishman's blood to curdle. "My God! Did you hear that?" he said to his companion. "What?" was the reply. Then, although he knew the sound had fallen on deaf ears, he answered, "The wail of the banshee! Some of my people are doomed!" "I trust not," answered the house surgeon, who had an idea, nevertheless, that Hertford O'Donnell's banshee lived in a whiskey bottle, and would at some not remote day make an end of the rising and clever operator. With nerves utterly shaken, Mr. O'Donnell walked forward to the accident ward. There, with his face shaded from the light, lay his patient, a young boy with a compound fracture of the thigh. Do women float and scream? Women can float and scream.
If they want.
They want. If they want to. If they want to, we can do it.
Yeah.
A woman? Don't worry. Those aren't allowed here in the hospital for guys.
Zoe would demonstrate floating and scream, but she doesn't feel like it.
I don't feel like it right now.
No,
So I want to get through this book, I want to get through the rest of the book. I'm really
it's very
invested.
difficult.
It's just because I want to keep reading so bad.
I want to say I like how because this book is expected to be read by people in contemporary London, like they have to make excuses for why the air is not as perhaps they would expect if they had been in the location. Like, oh yeah,
right.
there was a staircase here, but you know, railways came through. You know, oh there's an arch here. Trust me, if you walk this way,
No, it was definitely there.
it was definitely
sure.
there.
Just take my word
It's
for
not
it.
there
I
today,
definitely
but
did.
it was there.
It was, and because we don't have Wikipedia, you can't check.
Fucking, there's a surgeon who was at Guy's Hospital during the time this was written. He's like, there's no staircase there. 0 out of 10. I'm writing to the author. Oh dear, you okay? Tea go down the wrong way.
Yeah. I die.
Oh no,
Goodbye,
don't
Chet.
die. Goodbye, Zoe.
Goodbye, everyone.
Oh, she has died.
Eh.
See, that is just an example of what girls can potentially do.
Correct. That was a little demonstration for y'all.
Yeah.
This is the one story where I can't die. That's right. Flesh Queen is
Only
immortal.
I can die.
You can fucking die.
I have become mortal.
Destroyer of nothing. Dyer of.
During this Halloween night, we have swapped mortalities. Usually I am immortal until you can be killed, but now...
Yeah, it's like we're doing like a fun Freaky Friday situation.
So true.
It's a thrilling whatever.
Thrilling Tuesday.
Don't worry about it. In that ward, in the face of actual danger or pain capable of relief, the surgeon had never known faltering or fear, and now he carefully examined the injury, felt the pulse, inquired as to the treatment pursued, and ordered the sufferer to be carried to the operating room. While he was looking out his instruments, he heard the boy lying on the table murmur faintly, "Tell her not to cry so. Tell her not to cry." What is he talking about? Hertford O'Donnell inquired. The nurse says he has been speaking about some woman crying ever since he came in. His mother, most likely, answered one of the attendants. He is delirious then? Observed the surgeon. No, sir. No, sir, pleaded the boy excitedly. No, it is that woman with the gray hair. I saw her looking from the upper window before the balcony gave way. She's never left me since, and she won't be quiet, wringing her hands and crying. Can you see her now? Hertford O'Donnell inquired, stepping to the side of the table. Point out where she is. The lad stretched forth a feeble finger in the direction of the door, where, clearly as he had seen her seated on the stairs, the surgeon saw a woman standing, a woman with grey hair and scanty clothing, and upstretched arms and bare feet. A word with you, O'Donnell said to the house surgeon, drawing him back from the table. I cannot perform this operation. Send for some other person. I am ill. I am incapable. But, pleaded the other, there is no time to get anyone else. We sent for Mr. West before we troubled you, but he was out of town, and all the rest of the surgeons live so far away. Mortification may set in at any moment, and do you think you require to teach me my business? Was the reply. I know the boy's life hangs on a thread, and that is the very reason I cannot operate. I am not fit for it. I tell you, I have seen tonight that which unnerves me utterly. My hand is not steady. Send for someone else without delay. Say I am ill, dead, what you please. Heavens, there she is again, right over the boy. Do you see her? Or no, do you hear her? And Hertford O'Donnell.
Just saying, would a compound fracture cause loss of life?
in those times.
Like,
Possibly.
Guess so. I know, seems a bit drastic for someone who's broken a bone.
Yeah. Well,
He's
maybe
going
it's
to die.
we're gonna kill him.
We're gonna
What?
kill him.
We're gonna kill the boy, Hertford. You have to do it.
If he cannot work in the mines, then he cannot live.
Bad. Okay. Heavens, there she is again! Right over the boy! Do you hear her? And Hertford O'Donnell fell fainting on the floor. How long he lay in a death-like swoon, I cannot say. No reaction. Come on.
Sorry, there's a delay. I couldn't see it for in time. Sorry.
All right, there is a little bit. And you don't hear it coming, I suppose.
I
You
don't
pull the
hear it
audio.
coming. And also because of how bad the Discord screen shows, I can't see it half the time.
Oh
so.
no, is it all fucked up again?
It is. It's been all fucked up the whole time. I didn't want to disturb you with it.
I don't understand why this keeps happening with Discord. Whatever.
I don't know. I apologize if there's no reaction. I'm working on extremely limited information.
It's Halloween Miracle.
Hey, I'll give a delay check. Oh, fuck! There you go.
Nice. How long he lay in that death-like swoon, I cannot say, but when he returned to consciousness, the principal physician of guys, the principal physician of all guys,
Of all, every guy.
was standing beside him in the cold gray light of the Christmas morning. Oh yeah, this is around Christmas time, by the way.
Merry Christmas,
I don't know if
everyone.
that's relevant at all. The boy, murmured O'Donnell faintly. Now, my dear fellow, keep yourself quiet, was the reply. The boy, he repeated irritably. Who operated? No one, Dr. Lanson answered. It would have been useless cruelty. Mortification had set in, and Hertford O'Donnell turned his face to the wall, and his friend could not see it. Do not distress yourself, went on the physician kindly. Allington says he could not have survived the operation in any case. He was quite delirious from the first, raving about a woman with grey hair, and I know, Hertford O'Donnell interrupted. And the boy had a mother, they told me. Or I dreamt it. Yes. She was bruised and shaken, but not seriously injured. Has she blue eyes and fair hair all rippling and wavy? Is she white as a lily, just a faint blush of color in her cheek? Is she young and trusting and innocent? No, I am wondering, she must be nearly 30 now. Go, for God's sake, and tell me if you can find a woman you could imagine having once been as a girl such as I describe. Irish? Asked the doctor, and O'Donnell made a gesture of assent. It is she then, was the reply. A woman with the face of an angel. A woman who should have been my wife, the surgeon answered. Whose child was my son.
Oh.
Oh no!
Oh,
The boy
fuck.
was his son. And that's why the Banshee was warning him.
That's fucked up.
Because the Banshee warns about their family members being in trouble. Damn, dude. That was... Damn. Okay. Lord help you, ejaculated the doctor. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Nobody fucking make any jokes about that.
I'm sorry.
Then Hertford O'Donnell raised himself from the sofa where they had laid him and told his companion the story of his life. How there had been bitter feud between his people and her people. How they were divided by old animosities and by differences of religion. How they had met by stealth and Is Irish even a word? They've used it so many times. They love to use it here. I love it. It's very relevant to the story, I guess. Barely. It's barely relevant, honestly. Anyway.
In those times, it was extremely relevant.
Yes. Then Hertford O'Donnell raised himself from the sofa where they had laid him and told his companion the story of his life. How there had been bitter feud between his people and her people. How they were divided by old animosities and by differences of religion. How they had met by stealth and exchanged rings and vows, all for naught. How his family had insulted hers, so that her father wishful for her to marry a kinsman of his own, bore her off to a faraway land and made her write him a letter of eternal farewell. How his own parents had kept all knowledge of the quarrel from him till she was utterly beyond his reach. How they had vowed to discard him unless he agreed to marry according to their wishes. How he left his home and came to London and pushed his fortune. All this Hertford O'Donnell repeated, and when he had finished, the bells were ringing for morning service, ringing loudly, ringing joyfully, peace on earth, goodwill towards men. But there was little peace that morning for Hertford O'Donnell. He had to look on the face of his dead son, wherein he beheld, as though reflected, the face of the boy in his dream. Ah, fuck, dude. Damn.
So sad.
Afterwards, stealthily he followed his friend and beheld, with her eyes closed, her cheeks pale and pinched, her hair thinner but still falling like a wet veil over her, the love of his youth, the only woman he had ever loved devotedly and unselfishly. There is little space here, left here to tell of how the two met at last, of how the stone of the years seemed suddenly rolled away from the tomb of their past, and their youth arose and returned to them, even amid their tears. She had been true to him, through persecution, through contumely, poverty, through kindness, which was more trying, through shame and grief and poverty. She had been loyal to the lover of her youth, and before the new year dawned, there came a letter from Kelgillan, saying that the Banshee's wail had been heard there, and praying Hertford, if he were still alive, to let bygones be bygones, in consideration of the long years of resentment, estrangement, the anguish and remorse of his afflicted parents. More than that, Hertford O'Donnell, if a reckless man, was an honorable. And so, on the Christmas day, when he was to be proposed for Miss Ingot, he went to that lady and told her how he had wooed and won, in the years of his youth, one who, after many days, was miraculously restored to fucking Christ. Many days was miraculously restored to him, and from the hour in which he took her into his confidence, he never thought her either vulgar or foolish, but rather he paid homage to the woman who, when she had heard the whole tale repeated, said simply, "Ask her to come to me till you can claim her, and God bless you both." Wow.
Wow.
That was pretty good.
It was.
I liked it.
What was the point of the hour and a half about how handsome he was?
No, that was completely fucking useless. That was so stupid.
Like, the story itself is fine. I don't think it needs quite that much build-up.
No, okay, hold on a second. Let's go through it. Okay, so it starts at page... Ow.
Ow.
That's just what books were like back then. They are. Having read several stories from this era, that is just what they were like.
Doesn't mean we can't criticize it.
No, exactly. It starts on page 21 and ends on page 41, so it is 20 pages long. So I would say that the story actually gets going when he's like in bed and he hears the wail, right? Or he's like going to bed.
Yeah.
We need to know he was a special little boy, that's true.
Well, I think what happened is that the author was writing, and then her publisher came to her and they're like, how's the new horror story coming? And she was like, horror story? Oh fuck!
Oh shit!
Oh shit! I thought you said horny story.
Fuck!
Fuck! Don't worry, I can salvage this.
It is literally half of the story is just describing how cool he is. Great.
He had a massive rippling jawline and big muscles.
Ugh, all the women loved him so. Wow. Let's see. I'm gonna see if there is a shorter story in here, because it feels a little early to end. Let's see.
Despite having wedded none, he had bedded many.
Okay, let's see. The first story starts at 19. Second story starts at page 43 and ends at 59. How many pages is that?
43, 59. That is
15? 16. 17?
You're just guessing numbers.
Yes.
I don't do fucking mathematics.
Is it 18?
19. 20.
Well,
21, my final offer.
The third story, which is called The White People, that's a fun name.
Horrifying.
Is 50 pages long. That's fun.
Oh.
Let's see. Okay. Lockout time is like 12 pages, I think.
Okay. Well, that's
Wait, no. After Dark in the Playing Fields. That sounds awesome, and it's only 6 pages. Let's do that one.
Let's go.
Okay, let's see. Page 163.
After
There we
Dark
are.
in the Playing Field. Jonathan was playing football, then skeleton.
Then the skeleton, then the football ate him.
Yo, mimics, football mimic.
Hoary is cool, right? Hoary is old and tried, apparently. What is hoary? Hoary.
Horary?
I don't know what that is.
Me neither.
Okay, let's see. When does the story start?
Become foul witch.
Let's see. After Dark in the Playing Fields by M.R. James from 1924.
Mr. James.
Mr. James. Yeah. Gregory. Montague Rhodes James, Provost of King's College, Cambridge and Eton, Director of the Fitzwilliam Museum, and Cataloger of Cambridge Medieval Manuscripts, has become one of the names most closely associated. This is not the story yet, by the way. This is a little bit of an introduction to this writer in this story. You guys gotta stop it with those jokes, dude. Come on. Has become one of the names most closely associated with the English ghost story, composing his first chilling tales as Christmas entertainments for his friends and possibly the king's choristers. That is actually true. I feel like ghost stories used to be way more common around Christmas. It used to be a Christmas thing for some reason. I don't know why. Like,
There was this one guy who's visited by 3 ghosts during the Christmas Eve.
That's what I'm saying.
It's fucked up.
Well, I mean, that is what I'm saying, though. Like, that is the famous one, but also, they used to just be more Christmas spooky stories for real. Because people died more in winter. I guess, maybe, yeah.
Makes sense, yeah.
Maybe because they were like, some people were like, people are too happy about the holidays. I don't like it. I'm going to tell stories, scary stories.
Poor people shouldn't be allowed. We need to make them miserable. Especially those idols.
Stop!
I'm sorry.
Composing his first chilling tales as Christmas entertainments for his friends and possibly the king's choristers, he began to publish them in magazines during the 1890s, and in 1904 he brought out his first collection, Ghost Stories of an Antiquary. Its huge success led to several more volumes and an enduring reputation for James as the master of eerie tales featuring quiet country towns, skeptical scholars, and ominous supernatural forces. Though best known today for his horror tales, James also experimented with children's literature, writing fantasy novella The 5 Jars in 1922 for a friend's daughter. Featuring talking streams, magical ointments, helpful fairy folk known as the Right People. Okay. These are the right people, trust in them. The right-wingers.
No.
No, I'm sure they weren't like that. And the occasional terrifying swarm of bats. It met with limited success upon publication, falling into the uneasy space of being deemed too frightening for children and not frightening enough for adults. Explaining at the end of The 5 Jars that he came to write the story after having heard something from the owls, he returns to this idea in his 1924 tale, After Dark in the Playing Fields. This short piece, originally published in Eton's college days, has a lighter tone than James's better-known tales, but there is still an underlying darkness to this Midsummer Night's encounter.
Oh, Midsummer's Night Dream.
I love my Midsummer Night's Dream. It's one of my favorite plays.
I like the part where they all kissed.
Yeah, all of them together. They were poly.
All of them, yeah.
I'm a bit sad to hear that this is apparently still a lighter tone, because I was really hoping for some real good short story horror, you know?
Don't look on the bright side. This one might describe how hot a woman is or something.
Yes. Well, okay, I do want to say is like, so this is Book Nook, and for those who don't know, it's a series that I used to do where I would read books to chat. Wow. Usually not in, face cam. And I have another one that I'm going to be reading, which is about lesbians.
Yeah, let's go.
Yes. I was considering whether I'm doing that one or this one now, because that one is also horror. But I chose for this one because it felt more fitting to do a one-off type of thing for Halloween, you know? Anyway. I was born 2 hours too late to be named after a Midsummer Night's Dream. What? No, that sucks. What do you mean?
That's
How
that's
come?
cringe.
That's cringe. Okay, everybody get in the mood.
Okay. Ooh. Spooky.
Stop.
The skeleton appears. Na-na-na-na-na.
The hour was late, and the night was fair. I had halted not far from Sheep's Bridge, and was thinking about the stillness, only broken by the sound of the weir. Don't know what that is. When a loud...
It's a river.
Oh, thank you. When a loud, tremulous hoot just above me made me jump. It is always annoying to be startled, but I have a kindness for owls. This one was evidently very near. I looked about for it. There it was, sitting plumply on a branch, about 12 feet up. I pointed my stick at it. Yeah, right? I pointed my the plump owl. I pointed my stick at it and said, "Is that you?" "Drop it," said the owl. I know it ain't only a stick, but I don't like it. Yes, of course it was me. Who do you suppose it would be if it wasn't? We will take as read the sentences about. Oh no, wait. We will take as read the sentences about my surprise. I lowered the stick. Well, said the owl, how about it? If you will come out here of a midsummer evening like what this is, what do you expect? I beg your pardon, I said. I should have remembered. Wait, who is this? I assume it's the protagonist. I should have remembered. May I say that I think myself very lucky to have met you tonight? I hope you have time for a little talk? Well, said the owl ungraciously, I don't know as it matters so particular tonight. I've had me supper as it happens, and if you ain't too long for it... Suddenly it broke into a loud scream. Oh, it was like, ah! Suddenly it broke into a... Oh! Suddenly it broke into a loud scream, flapped its wings furiously, bent forward and clutched its perch tightly, continuing to scream. Plainly something was pulling hard at it from behind. The string relaxed abruptly. The owl nearly fell over and then whipped around, ruffling up all over and made a vicious dab at something unseen by me. Oh, I am so sorry, said a small, clear voice in a solicitous tone. Solicitous tone.
Nice.
I made sure it was loose. I do hope I didn't hurt you. Didn't hurt me, said the owl bitterly. Of course you hurt me. As well you know it. Oh, being raided! Oh! My raid! Hello!
Hey, hello!
Hello, no!
How you doing?
Hi, Race. It's me. It is me. It's
Zoe.
Jill. It's me. Hello. Hi, Ray, and all your viewers. Thanks so much for coming. You can see I'm like in person today. I'm not my VTuber right now. Usually I am. Hello, everyone. I am Zoe.
Fuck. I typed the wrong thing.
No, not Ray Speak. Which is, I'm an artist. Usually I'm a VTuber. Not today. What did you get up to? Oh, you're playing that fruit game that some people are talking about and acting like those are people like I don't know anything about it.
Hello. It's me.
I don't know anything about it, but like people were like everybody's talking about it, and I was like I haven't heard anything about it, but okay. Hope it's fun. Good luck.
Playing a fruit game?
Oh my god, yes. Do we have the date? January 1st for Bloodborne card? That's awesome. I'm so excited. Yay. But Ray and all your viewers, hope you had a really good time. And we are reading Scary Stories. We're doing one more, which is a little bit shorter. which you got here just at the beginning, so that's good. It is someone is walking through a field and then suddenly is talking to an owl. The owl talks, and then the owl is assaulted by something, or assaulted, pulled on.
Perhaps a gremlin, maybe a ghoul.
Perhaps. I was just playing it and chatting. I hope you had fun. And had a happy Halloween stream. Yay! Excited for some scary stories. You're so good at reading in voices. Oh yes, I should hope so.
I'm here to take the brunt of the attacks.
Yes, because usually I'm over. Hello, my girl. Thank you very much for following. Usually I'm over there, but I'm not right now. So usually you can throw things at me. So Jody is here, so you can still throw things at someone.
Hello. Please don't injure me too poorly.
No, don't do it too poorly. Like really do it, like really hammer it down, you know?
No, wait, no, stop.
Oh, I am. I didn't mean to hurt you.
Of course you heard me. Now, well, you know it, you young infidel. That feather was no more loose than. Oh, if I could get at you. Now I shouldn't wonder what you've throwed me all out of balance. Why can't you let a person sit quiet for 2 minutes at a time without you must come creeping up and... Oh, you've done it this time anyway. I shall go straight to headquarters and...
Finding it was now addressing the empty air.
Why, where have you got to now? Oh, it's too bad. That it is.
Dear me, I said. I'm afraid this isn't the first time you've been annoyed in this way. May I ask exactly what happened?
Yes, you may ask,
said the owl, still looking narrowly about as it spoke.
But it taken me till the latter end of the next week to tell you. Fancy coming and pulling out anyone's tail feather. Heard me something cruel it did. And what for, I should like to know. Answer me that. What's the reason of it?
All that occurred to me was to murmur, the clamorous owl that nightly boots and wonders at our quaint spirits. I hardly thought the point would be taken, but the owl said sharply,
Was that? Yes, you needn't repeat it, I heard. And I'll tell you what's at the bottom of it. And you'll mark my words. It bent towards me and whispered. And wait, you mark my words? It bent towards me and whispered with many nods of its round head. Pride. Standoffishness. That's what it is. Come out near our fairy queen.
This is in a bitter tone of contempt.
Oh dear, no. We ain't good enough for the likes of them. Us that's been noted time out of mind for the best singers in the fields. Now ain't that so?
Gotta be honest. First of all, the accent is written out.
Okay, makes sense.
It's that kind of writing. I'm not just doing that for funsies.
Right.
Can't make heads or tails of it quite right.
No, not.
It's a little hard to grasp. To grasp.
The owl's fucking pissed is what I'm getting.
Yes. Fairies are bothering the owl. That's what I know.
Fairy tried to pull out the owl's tail feathers and he's mad. He's so mad about it.
Yes. Well, I said, doubtfully enough, I like to hear you very much, but, you know, some people drink a lot of the thrushes and nightingales and so on, or think a lot of the thrushes and nightingales and so on. You must have heard of them, haven't you? And then, perhaps, of course I don't know, perhaps your style of singing isn't exactly what they think suitable to accompany their dancing, eh?
I shall kindly hope not,
said the owl, drawing itself up.
Our families never give in to dancing, nor ever want neither. Why, whatever are you thinking of?
It went on with rising temper.
A pretty thing it would be for me to sit there, hiccuping at them.
It stopped and looked cautiously all round it, and up and down, and then continued in a louder voice.
Them little ladies and gentlemen, if it ain't suitable for them, I'm very sure it ain't suitable for me.
And, temper rising again,
if they expect me to never say a word just because they're dancing and carrying on with their foolishness, they're very much mistook, and so I tell them.
From what had passed before, I was afraid this was an impudent line to take, and I was right. Hardly had the owl given its last emphatic nod when 4 small, slim forms dropped from a bow above, and in a twinkling some sort of grass rope that was thrown around the body of the unhappy bird and was borne off through the air, loudly protesting in the direction of Fellow's Pond. Splashes and gurgles and shrieks and unfeeling laughter were heard as I hurried up. Something darted away over my head, and as I stood peering over the bank of the pond, which was all in commotion, a very angry and disheveled owl scrambled heavily up the bank, and stopping near my feet, shook itself and draped and flapped and hissed for several minutes without saying anything I could care to repeat.
Damn, the fairies tried to drown the owl.
And then the owl said every slur,
Every single one.
which
Even
the
some that
author
hadn't been
wisely,
invented yet.
yeah, and ones that were specifically uninvented because the fairies made them uninvented because they were so bad. Glaring at me, it eventually said, and the grim, suppressed rage in its voice was such that I hastily drew back a step or two.
It's me.
I gotta say, I really like the way that this author writes down the way that the person that they are describing speaks. And then he got more angry and he went hissed, but full of contempt. I like it. It's nice.
Yeah.
Because oftentimes writers will put that after the sentence, so you have to like backpedal, you know? It's annoying. You have to like, oh wait, let me read that sentence again, but now I know that he's doing it forlornly or some shit, you know?
Let me switch to an alternate timeline a second.
Yeah. And the grim, suppressed rage in his voice was such that I hastily drew back a step or two. Hear that? Said they were very sorry, but they'd mistook me for a duck. Oh, if it ain't enough to make anyone go regular distracted in their mind and tear everything to flinders for miles around. So carried away was it by passion that it began the process at once by rooting up a large beakful of grass, which at last got into its throat, and choking that resulted made me really afraid that it would break a vessel. But the paroxysm was mastered. Paroxysm? Yo-yo paraca?
Yo-yo paroxysm. Yo-yo paroxysm.
Paraca. And the owl sat up, winking and breathless but intact. Some expression of sympathy seemed to be required, yet I was chary of offering it, for in its present state of mind I felt that the bird might interpret the best meant phrase as a fresh insult. So we stood looking at each other without speech for a very awkward minute. And then came a diversion. First the thin voice of the pavilion clock, then the deeper sound from the castle quadrangle. Sure. Then Lupton's tower, drowning the curfew tower by its nearness. What was that? Said the owl, suddenly and harshly.
Midnight, I should think.
Midnight, I should think, said I, and had recourse to my watch.
Midnight?
Cried the owl, evidently much startled.
And me too wet to fly a yard. Here, you pick me up and put me in the tree. Don't. I'll climb up on your leg and you won't ask me to do that twice. Quick now.
I obeyed. Which tree do you want?
Why, my tree to be sure. Over there.
It nodded towards the wall.
All right. Badcock's tree.
All right, Badcock's tree, do you mean? I said, beginning to run in the direction.
Oh, should I know what silly names you call it? The one was... What has like a door in it? Go faster. They'll be coming in another minute.
Who? What's the matter? I asked as I ran, clutching the wet creature and much afraid of stumbling and becoming over with it in the long grass.
You'll see fast enough.
And said this selfish bird.
You just let me get on the tree. I shall be all right.
And I suppose it was, for it scrambled very quickly up the trunk, with its wings spread, and disappeared into a hollow without a word of thanks. I looked round, not very comfortably. The curfew tower was still playing St. David's tune, and the little chime that follows, for the third and last time, but the other bells had finished what they had to say, and now there was silence, and again the restless, changing weir was the only thing that broke. No, that emphasized it. Why had the owl been so anxious to get into hiding? That, of course, was what now exercised me. Whatever and whoever was coming, I was sure that this was no time for me to cross the open field. I should do best to dissemble my presence by staying on the darker side of the tree. And that is what I did. All this took place some years ago, but before summertime came in. I do sometimes go into the playing fields at night still, but I come in before true midnight. and I find I do not like a crowd after dark. For example, at the 4th of June fireworks. You see, no, you do not, but I see such curious faces. And the people to whom they belong flit about so oddly, often at your elbow when you're least expected, and looking close into your face, as if they were searching for someone who may be thankful, I think, if they do not find him. Where did they come from? Why, some, I think, out of the water, and some out of the ground. They look like that, but I'm sure it is the best to take no notice of them, and not to touch them. Yes, I certainly prefer the daylight population of the playing fields to that which come after the dark. That's pretty good.
That is pretty good, yeah.
That's cool. I was like, oh, fun talking owl, making quips and shit. I don't know, it doesn't seem that scary, but then they have that little epilogue. Ooh,
Yeah.
that is scary, actually.
I like the owl.
You helped the owl, and now you are our enemy. Bring us to the owl.
Why would you help the owl, you dumb fuck?
That was pretty good.
It was.
I liked it. I enjoyed it, even. Let me see.
Solid horror story.
Yes, that's a good little short horror. It's still a little short, as in the time we've spent, but I don't think there's any other really short ones in here.
Ow.
There's one that's 12 pages. We can do that one.
Yeah.
Which is lookout time. Let's see, 135. That'll be the last one we do.
Okay.
It is Halloween after all. We can make it an extra long stream, can we?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm fine.
Right?
Can I take it? Okay, so I was gonna do a joke, right, where I said, oh, I'll read my own creepy story, and then I started reading Half-Life Full-Life Consequences. Right, not gonna do that, because I'm so shocked, because Half-Life Full-Life Consequences has its own Wikipedia page.
Good.
Like, why does this have its own Wikipedia page?
It's deserved. It's because it's really good. You know?
I guess so.
I have read the entirety of Half-Life, and it's Half-Life Full-Life Consequences and its sequels on stream before.
Have you?
Yeah, I have. It was a long time ago.
Half-Life.
It would be
Full-Life Consequences.
Half-Life Full-Life Consequences. How does it start again? John Freeman, who was Gordon Freeman's brother, was one day in an office typing on a computer. He got an email from his brother that said that aliens and monsters were taking his place, so he had to go. John Freeman went on the platform. John Freeman got his computer shut down and went on the platform to the rooftop where he kept his motorcycle. John Freeman, blah blah blah, I don't know, whatever.
Yeah.
What have you told us about your day, but in a really spooky way? I don't know if I have anything really spooky to say, though.
I cannot tell you about my day, John Freeman said. Why not? Said the Ed Crackle.
Why not? Because you are a zombie, guys. Hi, Grab Zombie. I think, okay, my day was as follows. I woke in my bed. I fell back asleep. I spend several hours in a state between waking and sleeping in my bed.
Between life and death.
Before I finally rose, and I tore open the curtains, the light of dawn upon my face. I got to my computer and watched Naruto in Rabbit Server for a bit. That was pretty fun.
The light of dawn was long past before you opened those fucking curtains, girl.
It was like 10:30. It was not that bad.
There ain't no light of dawn in the 10:30.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah, and then I got groceries and stuff, and I came back and watched more Naruto. And now we're here.
And you lost a spike off your bracelet.
I lost a spike. It's so big sadsies, Chad. It's so sad.
Which is horrifying someone, I'm sure, as it drives into their foot.
Yeah, right? That spike is out. That spike is still out there now, spiking someone. Like, as in, like poking them. Story time. You are walking on Lego Island and find a skeleton. This is normal. You chuckle until you realize the skeleton is standing in front of something, hiding it from your view. You take a peek. It is another skeleton.
You are walking on Lego Island when you find a cave. Inside the cave is a mysterious chest.
You open the
it,
chest.
but nary but a cat come out. You are relieved, for you are scared. But then you activate the chest again. Skeleton conquistador.
It rattles you to your bones.
Yar.
Anyway.
It rattle ye to your bones.
I'd rattle you to your bones.
I've got a bone to pick of you.
I've got a bone to be.
Okay, Lockout Time is a novel by J.M. Barrie from 1906.
Okay.
Scottish novelist and playwright James Matthew Barrie is remembered above all for his creation of Peter Pan.
Ooh.
That is fun. You know,
The
he can write some
spookiest story
fucked up
ever
shit.
told.
Yeah. His stories about the boy who wouldn't grow up were initially inspired by his neighbors, the Llewellyn Davies boys, but also drew much of their emotional energy from the tragic events of Barry's own life.
Oh.
When he was 6 years old, his elder brother, again, also for those who just came in now, this is not the story yet. This is an introduction. When he was 6 years old, his older brother David died in an ice skating incident at the age of 13, an event which devastated his mother and affected the rest of Barry's life. In his 1896 biography of his mother, Margaret Ogilvy, Barry recounts how, as a child, he attempted to make up for her loss by dressing in his brother's clothes and whistling in the same manner, while his mother derived comfort from holding the family christening robe. This is a normal family.
Yeah, doesn't sound like a healthy coping mechanism to
No,
me.
not at all. The one of her children
You
that
boy
always
replaced
remained.
my dead son.
Oh my god. The one of her children that always remained a baby. Ugh. Starting his writing career as a staff journalist on the Nottingham Journal, Barry published his first novels in his late 20s and turned to theatre soon afterwards. By this time, he was living in London, where he met 4-year-old George Llewellyn Davies while walking his dog in Kensington Gardens. Barry soon became close friends with the whole family, entertaining the older boys by inventing stories about their baby brother Peter. The character of Peter Pan first appeared in Barry's 1902 book, The Little White Bird, a strange, tonally complex adult novel narrated by a London bachelor who develops a quasi-fatherly relationship with a boy called David. A middle section introduces the fairy mythology of Kensington Gardens, where David learns about the ageless boy Peter Pan. Though he was born so long, he has never had a birthday. The reason is that he escaped from being a human when he was 7 days old. He escaped by the window and flew back to the Kensington Gardens. Following the runaway success of Barry's 1904 play Peter Pan, or The Boy Who Wouldn't Grow Up, these middle chapters were reworked as a standalone children's book, Peter Pan in Kensington Gardens, from 1906. The Lockout Time episode, republished here, is deceptively sweet, with its pastel depictions of diminutive fairies disguising themselves as flowers. But as the story continues, the costs of remaining with the fairy folk become increasingly clear. Ooh, that sounds very good. Let's go.
It's $12.99 an hour. That's the cost to remain with the fairy folk.
So you just don't get a good night's sleep.
Yeah.
It is frightfully difficult to know much about the fairies, and almost the only thing known for certain is that there are fairies wherever there are children. Long ago, children were forbidden the gardens, and at that time there was not a fairy in the place. Then the children were admitted, and the fairies came trooping in that very evening.
It's just the kids' fault, is it?
It's the kids' fault.
We need to get rid of the kids. They can't be. They're bringing fairies into the place. It's a mess.
This is why you need to control your kids. Where are your children, right? Do you know where your children are? You know, tonight and this evening, have they called to let you in by 6?
They best not be fraternizing with the fairy folk.
They can't resist following the children, but you seldom see them. partly because they live in the daytime behind the railings where you are not allowed to go, and also partly because they are so cunning. They are not a bit cunning after lockout, but until lockout, my word. When you were a bird, you knew— what the fuck? We were a bird, Chet. Isn't that exciting?
Another transfer.
Chet, yes, another transfer. Chet, please tell us your persona. What kind of bird were you? Where did you perch? You know,
I
what
was
were your
a
favorite kind of what kind of seeds to eat?
I was a European robin, and I perched in the woods above a small babbling brook.
That is wonderful.
And I would tweet all day.
That's wonderful.
And then I was cursed of humanity.
Oh, fuck, dude. I was a barn owl, which is my favorite bird, and I love it. And I got scared.
Squid.
I squid. And I squid, thank you. We got a fluffy chicken, a toucan, a penguin. Cute, very nice. Well, remember that. Remember who you were, but it's not who you are. Because you were a bird, and you knew the fairies pretty well. And you remember a good deal about them in your babyhood, which it is a great pity you can't write down, for gradually you forget. And I've heard of children who declared that they had never once seen a fairy. Very likely, if they said this in the Kensington Gardens, they were standing looking at a fairy all the time. The reason they were cheated was that she pretended to be something else. This is one of their best tricks. They usually pretend to be flowers because the court sits in the fairies' basin, and there are so many flowers there and all along the baby walk that a flower is the thing least likely to attract attention. They dress exactly like flowers and change with the seasons, putting on white when lilies are in and blue for bluebells, and so on. They like crocus and hyacinth time best of all, and they are partial to a bit of color. But tulips, except white ones, which are the fairy cradles, they consider garish, and they sometimes put off dressing like tulips for days, so that the beginning of the tulip weeks is almost the best time to catch them.
And anti-Dutch messages.
Seriously, what the fuck, dude? We also got balut. Don't look up, it's gross. Okay, we will not look up what a balut is.
I've already looked it up.
And what is it? Or, well, not what is it, but is it gross?
It's a fertilizing, developing egg embryo that has been boiled and eaten from the shell. So the chick is already half developed, and then they boil it and eat it.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
That is gross. I
That is
don't think
gross.
that counts as being a bird. That counts
No,
as dying
That counts as
before you're
being a
born.
corpse.
Yes. We've got a pigeon, also nice. Gotta say crow. Love those guys. We had some that would land on a tree in our backyard at like 5 a.m. and scream at each other over the crab apples. That is awesome. Dude,
Nice.
okay. When I was in college, hold on, quick tangent. When I was in college, right?
A horror story in itself.
Yes, I can tell you some fucking horror stories about where I was in college. But when I was in college, I had an apartment, a dorm, if you will, and my room had like a window. Can you believe it? And the window had a pretty significant windowsill, pretty large. And what I would do is I would buy walnuts. Were they walnuts? Are walnuts the ones that look like brains on the inside?
Yes.
I bought walnuts, and I would eat them. But sometimes I would like take one of the walnuts and like crumble it up and then lay it on the windowsill, and then like crows and stuff would come and eat them, and they would come to know that I gave them walnuts.
Oh, that's delightful.
It was very cool and awesome.
They've come to know that I was the Crow Queen.
Yes, exactly. The Corvid Queen, if you will, which is a valid alt name. Also, time to fry. Thank you very much for the egg. Thank you.
Queen.
I gotta say, this ambience is really doing it for me. Crow because I love them, or pileated woodpecker because I like hitting things with my face, or the three-wattled bellbird because I love extremely loud noises. All pretty good choices, but you must pick one.
You must pick one.
Walnuts are the ones that don't shoot, but they have a lot of health.
You could
Nice.
You could be a kiwi. You could be little fat orb. You just
Yeah.
bound about like a happy little creature.
Yeah, not a care in the world because there aren't. You have no predators.
Yeah, exactly. How?
Now, When they think you're not looking, they skip along pretty lively, but if you look and they fear there's no time to hide, they stand quite still, pretending to be flowers. Then, after you have passed without knowing that they were fairies, they rush home and tell their mothers they have had such an adventure. The fairy basin, you remember, is all covered with ground ivy, from which they make their castor oil, with flowers growing in it there, here and there. Most of them really are flowers, but some of them are fairies. You never can be sure of them, but a good plan is to walk by looking the other way, and then turn around sharply. Another good plan, which David and I sometimes follow, is to stare them down. After a long time, they can't help winking, and then you know for certain that they are fairies. There are also numbers of them along the Baby Walk, which is a famous gentle place, as spots frequented by fairies are called. Once, 24 of them had an extraordinary adventure. They were a girls' school out for a walk with the governess, and all wearing hyacinth gowns, when she suddenly put her finger to her mouth, and they all stood still on an empty bed and pretended to be hyacinths. Unfortunately, what the governess had heard was 2 gardeners coming to plant new flowers in that very bed. They were wheeling a handcart with the flowers in it, and they were quite surprised to find the bed occupied. "Pity to lift them hyacinths," said the one man. "Duke's orders," replied the other, and having emptied the cart, they dug up the boarding school and put the poor, terrified things in it in 5 rows. Of course, neither the governess nor the girl dare let on that they were fairies, so they were carted far away to a potting shed, out of which they escaped in the night without their shoes. But there was a great row about it among the parents, and the school was ruined. As for their houses, it is no use looking for them, because they are the exact opposite of our houses. You can see our houses by day, but you can't see them by dark. Well, you can see their houses by dark, but you can't see them by day, for they are the color of night. And I never heard of anyone yet who could see night in the daytime. That's cute.
That is cute.
This does not mean that they are black, for night has its colors just as day has, but ever so much brighter. Their blues and reds and greens are like ours, with a light behind them. The palace is entirely built of many colored glasses, and is quite the loveliest of all royal residences. But the queen sometimes complains because the common folk will peep in to see what she is doing.
This story's delightful.
This is very cute so far. Also, I see a little bug on screen.
That's a bug.
I got seen.
Yeah, you're spotted. Sorry, bud.
Fuck you doing here? Stomp it out.
Naruto's over.
Aww.
Naruto's dead?
Naruto died?
Yes, he died.
Naruto's dead?
Boruto's
How's
dead
the
died?
story?
Well, we've read 3 stories so far. The first one made a great big deal out of spending literally half the story just telling us that the protagonist was hot and depressed. So he was just like, you know, a
Just
girl's
go fuck it.
emo dreamboat, you know?
He's just like me, for real, for real.
For real. And then it got pretty good. It became a good little horror story. Then the second one was very short, was mostly silly, but then got very good at the end. Suddenly, like the epilogue itself just was like, oh, and now it's horror, you know?
Yep.
It was very good. And this one is looking to be a very slow burn about fairies living in a park in the city.
Yeah, very whimsical.
Yes, it's starting out very whimsical and fun. Just like if people liked Lord Byron. It's very much like if people liked Lord Byron, you're correct.
Who's the Lord of Byron?
I don't know the specifics. Someone in chat will be able to explain it better, but Lord Byron was just like some depressed lord who really wanted to get with the writer of Frankenstein.
Oh, right.
Also,
Mary Shelley?
yes, that's the one. Thank you. Also, Clone, would you like a little sticker?
Oh,
A Sonic sticker.
Sonic
That is to say yes. You may pick one.
tails.
Tails it is.
Give me tails.
I pick heads.
Here you go. We also might have an egg. No, I have all the eggs. Very good. Look at me go. Okay. Continuing on. Lord Byron was a sex maniac even by the standards of sex maniacs by the 1800s. There we go. Right, I was wrong. I was confusing some people.
Because no one wanted to hang out with Byron.
Yeah, it's like if people, right, yes, yeah. I think I'm confusing with someone else, I don't know. There's like a different guy from that era that was around, I don't know. But it was the guy that really wanted to get with Mary Shelley. That is Lord Byron. I'm pretty fucking chiller.
Hey girl, how about we make a freak son of our own?
Okay, yeah, so the houses are made of glass. The palace is entirely built. They are very inquisitive folk and press quite hard against the glass, and that is why their noses are mostly snubby. The streets are miles long and very twisty, and have paths on each side made of bright worsted. Okay.
Okay.
The birds used to steal the worsted for their nests, but a policeman has been appointed to hold on at the other end.
Nice.
This is so whimsical. I can't wait for this to be one horror story.
And then they all died.
And then they killed you.
You in particular. I was reading this book. And then they killed the girl reading this.
One of the great differences between the fairies and us is that they never do anything useful, okay? When the first baby laughed for the first time, his laugh broke into 1,000,000 pieces. And they all went skipping about. That was the beginning of fairies. They looked tremendously busy, you know, as if they had not a moment to spare, but if you were to ask them what they were doing, they could not tell you in the least. They are frightfully ignorant, and everything they do is make-believe. They have a postman, but he never calls except at Christmas with his little box. And though they have beautiful schools, nothing is taught in them. Cool. The youngest child, being chief person, is always elected mistress, and when she has called the roll, they all go out for a walk and never come back. This sounds delightful and wonderful. They are literally the fairies from Toho. They were just idiots that hang out and mess about. Great, Toho got it right. It is a very noticeable thing that in fairy families, the youngest is always chief person, and usually becomes a prince or princess. And children remember this and think it must be so among humans also. And that is why they are often made uneasy when they come upon their mother furtively putting new frills on the bassinet. Don't know what that means.
It means repairing the cot, implying there's another child on the way.
Oh, right. You have probably observed that your baby sister wants to do all sorts of things that your mother and her nurse want her not to do. To stand up at sitting down time, and to sit down at standing up time, for instance, or to wake up when she should fall asleep, or to crawl on the floor when she is wearing her best frock, and so on. And perhaps you put this down to naughtiness, but it is not. It simply means that she is doing what she has seen the fairies do. She begins by following their ways, and it takes about 2 years to get her into the human ways. Because remember, in this story tells us that we used to be something else. We used to be birds, right? Or at least the girl reading this, me, used to be a bird. And birds could see the fairies and interact with the fairies and knew the fairies. And when we are born, we still have memories of the fairies, but we forget that. As a baby, as a human, we begin to forget that. So like this baby still knows the fairies, and that's why it's doing the fairy things. It makes sense. It's good.
Capitalism has to beat the knowledge of the fairies out of you.
Yeah, just like creativity. Her fits of passion, which are awful to behold, and are usually called teething, are no such thing. They are her natural exasperation, because we don't understand her, though she's talking an unintelligible, language. Space. It's a language you can understand, but we do not. She is talking fairy. The reason mothers and nurses know what her remarks mean before other people know is that gh means give it to me at once, while wah is why do you wear such a funny hat? Is because mixing so much with babies, they have picked up a little of the fairy language. Of late, David has been thinking back hard about the fairy tongue, with his hands clutching his temples, and he has remembered a number of their phrases, which I shall tell you someday if I don't forget. He had heard them in the days when he was a thrush, and though that's a bird, and though I suggested to him that perhaps it is really bird language he is remembering, he says not. For those phrases are about fun and adventures, and the birds talked of nothing but nest building. He distinctly remembers that the birds used to go from spot to spot like ladies at shop windows, looking at the different nests and saying, "Not my color, my dear," and "How would that do with its soft lining?" and "But will it wear?" and "What hideous trimming?" and so on. The fairies are exquisite dancers, and that is why one of the first things the baby does is to sign to you to dance to him, and then cry when you do it. They hold their great balls in the open air, in what is called a fairy ring. For weeks afterwards you can see the ring on the grass. It is not there when they begin, but they make it by waltzing round and round. Sometimes you will find mushrooms inside the ring, and these are fairy chairs that the servants have forgotten to clear away. That is delightful. The chairs and the rings are the only telltale marks that these little people leave behind them, and they would remove them, and they would remove even these, were they not so fond of dancing, that they tow it till the very moment of the opening of the gates. David and I once found a fairy ring quite warm, but there is also a way of finding out about the ball before it takes place. You know the boards which tell at what time the gardens are to close today. Well, those tricky fairies sometimes slyly change the board on a ball night, so that it says the gardens are to close at 6:30, for instance, instead of at 7. This enables them to begin half an hour earlier.
No.
If
And
on
they all
such,
died.
and they all ate you. Then they stabbed you with knives.
No.
If on such a night we could remain behind in the gardens, as the famous Miami Mannering did, we might see delicious sights, hundreds of lovely fairies hastening to the ball, the married ones wearing their wedding rings around their waists, the gentlemen all in uniform holding up the ladies' trains, and linkmen running in front carrying winter cherries, which are the fairy lanterns. The cloakroom which they put up, where they put on their silver slippers and get a ticket for their wraps. The flowers streaming up from the baby walk to look on, and always welcome because they can lend a pin. The supper table with Queen Mab at the head of it, and behind her chair the Lord Chamberlain, who carries a dandelion on which he blows when Her Majesty wants to know the time. The tablecloth varies according to the seasons, and in May it is made of chestnut blossom. The ways the fairy servants do this, the men, scores of them, climb up on the trees and shake the branches, and the blossom falls like snow. Then the lady servant sweeps it together by whisking their skirts until it is exactly like a tablecloth. And that is how they get their tablecloth.
Amazing.
Yeah, alright. They have real glasses and real wine of 3 kinds, namely blackthorn wine, Burberry's wine, and cowslip wine. And the queen pours out, but the bottles are so heavy that she just pretends to pour out. There is bread and butter to begin with, of the size of a 3-penny bit, and cakes to end with, and they are so small that they have no crumbs. The fairies sit round on mushrooms, and at first they are very well behaved and always cough off the table and so on. But after a bit, they are not so well behaved and stick their fingers into the butter, which is got from the roots of old trees, and the really horrid ones crawl over the tablecloth, chasing sugar or other delicacies with their tongues. When the queen sees them doing this, she signs to the servants to wash up and put away, and then everybody adjourns to the dance. The queen walking in front, while the Lord Chamberlain walks behind her, carrying 2 little pots, one of which contains the juice of wallflower, and the other the juice of Solomon's seals. Wallflower juice is good for reviving dancers who fall to the ground in a fit, and Solomon's seals juice is for bruises. They bruise very easily, and when Peter plays faster and faster, they foot it till they fall down to fits. So Peter being Peter Pan.
Yes.
So Peter Pan is just there.
He's just there.
He counts as one of the fairies.
He's having a raucous time. He's
raucous time?
partying. He's fucking booging it down. It's so hard, that everyone else dies.
He kills them all. Party too hard. I wonder if Peter Pan here is a baby, because he slipped out of the house at 7 days old, and you remember the fairies when you were a baby still.
Yeah.
Right? So I guess this Peter is just a baby who can play music.
Yeah, I guess so.
What a cool baby.
Party hard and die young, girl.
Party hard and never die. Never age.
But he must have aged, because if he left his 7 months old, he must have.
He aged for a bit, and then he left and went to the fairies. And I guess when he's with the fairies, they stop him from aging or something.
Okay, but how do you become like a teenager? Or
That's
like
a different version.
12-year-old. Is it?
Yeah, this is the earlier version. That's what they said.
Is he not originally like a baby? Is he not originally a young buck? He's just
I guess not, because this is okay. So hold on. The original version of Peter Pan is. When did they say that? Come on. No, he appears originally in The Little White Bird, a strange, tonally complex adult novel narrated by London bachelor who developed a quasi-fatherly relationship with a boy called David. So that is what this is from. It is a chapter that works on its own, apparently.
Fair enough.
It does so far. They bruise very easily, and when Peter plays faster and faster, they foot it till they fall down in fits. For, as you know, without my telling you, Peter Pan is the fairies' orchestra. He sits in the middle of the ring, and they would never dream of having a smart dance nowadays without him. PP is written on the corner of the invitation cards sent out by all really good families. They are grateful little people too. On the princess's coming of age ball, they come of age on their second birthday, and if a birthday every month, they gave him the wish of his heart.
I looked it up. Apparently we don't know how old Peter Pan's supposed to be, or even what he looks like. He's never described in either appearance or age. Apparently meant to be left up completely to the reader's imagination what Peter Pan looks like.
That is kind of perfect.
Yeah.
That is kind of very good. Also, yes, this is Facecam Queen today for the first time, and it is not going to be a regular thing, probably. Anyway, but it's fun. I wanted to do it. It's fun to do. It helps my confidence and such. You think he's maybe supposed to be a cherub? Maybe, it is based on cherubs, yes. I guess I'd have to read A Small White Bird, or whatever the fuck it was called, to get the full story.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Did I read something else that's relevant? Okay, no, okay. So, Peter Pan first appeared in The Little White Bird, but then the original bird that was about him was Peter Pan in Kensington Gardens. That's what it is. Okay. The way it was done was this. The queen ordered him to kneel, and then said that for playing so beautifully, she would give him the wish of his heart. Then they all gathered around Peter to hear what was the wish of his heart. But for a long time he hesitated, not being certain what it was himself. If I chose to go back to Mother, he asked at last, could you give me that wish? Now this question vexed them. For were he to return to his mother, they should lose his music. So the queen tilted her nose contemptuously and said, pooh, ask for a much bigger wish than that. Is that quite a little wish? He inquired. As little as this, the queen answered, putting her hands near each other. What size is a big wish? He asked. She measured it off on her skirt, and it was a very handsome length. Then Peter reflected and said, well, then, I think I shall have 2 little wishes instead of 1 big one.
Little Wish Academia.
Of course, the fairies had to agree, though his cleverness rather shocked them. and he said that his first wish was to go back to his mother, but with the right to return to the gardens if he found her disappointing. His second wish he would hold in reverse. They tried to dissuade him and even put obstacles in the way. I can give you the power to fly to her house, the queen said, but I can't open the door for you. The window I flew out at will be open, Peter said confidently. Mother always keeps it open in the hopes that I may fly back. How do you know? They asked, quite surprised, and really, Peter could not explain how he knew. I just do know, he said. So as he persisted in his wish, they had to grant it. The way they gave him power to fly was this. They all tickled him on the shoulder, and soon he felt a funny itching in that part, and then he rose up higher and higher and flew away out of the gardens and over the housetops. It was so delicious that instead of flying straight to his home, flying right to his home, his old home, he skimmed away over St. Paul's to the Crystal Palace and back by the river and Regent's Park. And by the time he reached his mother's window, he had quite made up his mind that his second wish should be to become a bird.
Oh.
The window was wide open, just as he knew it would be. And in he fluttered, and there was his mother lying asleep. Peter alighted softly on the wooden rail of the floor of the bed and had a good look at her. She lay with her head on her hand, and the hollow in the pillow was like a nest lined with her brown wavy hair. He remembered, though he had long forgotten it, that she always gave her hair a holiday at night. How sweet the frills of her nightgown were. He was very glad she was such a pretty mother. But she looked sad, and he knew why she looked sad. One of her arms moved, as if it wanted to go around something, and he knew what it wanted to go around. Oh, Mother, said Peter to himself, if you just knew who was sitting on the rail of the foot of the bed. Very gently, he patted the little mound that her foot made, and he could see her face that she liked it. He knew he had but to say Mother ever so softly, and she would wake up. They always wake up at once, if it is you that says their name. But she would give such a joyous cry, then she would give such a joyous cry and squeeze him tight. How nice that would be to him. But, oh, how exquisitely delicious it would be to her. That I am afraid is how Peter regarded it. In returning to his mother, he never doubted that he was giving her the greatest treat a woman can have. Nothing can be more splendid, he thought, than to have a little boy of your own. How proud of him they are. Little heteronormative ideals here, but it's fine. It's fine. It serves the story well. How proud of him they are, and very right and proper too. But why does Peter sit so long on the rail? Why does he not tell his mother that he has come back? Like how I'd shrink from the truth, which is that he sat there in two minds. Sometimes he looked longingly at his mother, and sometimes he looked longingly at the window. Certainly it would be pleasant to be her boy again, but on the other hand, what times those had been in the gardens. Was he so sure that he would enjoy wearing clothes again? Was he naked? He's wearing a loincloth, it's fine.
Yeah, he's not naked. No.
He popped off the bed and opened some drawers to take a look at his old garments. They were still there, but he could not remember how he put them on. I guess he wears like leaves and stuff. He's talking about like human clothes, I guess. The socks, for instance, were they worn on the hands or on the feet? He was about to try them on his hand when he had a great adventure. Perhaps the drawer had creaked. At any rate, his mother woke up, for he heard her say Peter, as if it was the most lovely word in the language. He remained sitting on the floor and held his breath, wondering how she knew that he had come back. If she said Peter again, he meant to cry Mother and run to her. Closeted me looking at my clothes. But she spoke no more. She made little moans only. And when he next peeped at her, she was once again asleep, with tears on her face. It made Peter very miserable. And what do you think was the first thing he did? Sitting on the rail of the foot of the bed, he played a beautiful lullaby to his mother on his pipe. He had made it up himself out of the way she said Peter, and he never stopped playing until she looked happy. He thought this was so clever of him that he could scarcely resist awakening her to hear her say, "Oh, Peter, how exquisitely you play." However, as she now seemed comfortable, he again cast looks at the window. You must not think that he meditated flying away and never coming back. He had quite decided to be his mother's boy, but hesitated about beginning tonight. It was the second wish which troubled him. He no longer meant to make it a wish to be a bird, but not to ask for a second wish seemed wasteful. And of course, he could not ask for it without returning to the fairies. Also, if he put off asking for his wish too long, it might go bad. He asked himself, if he had not been hard-hearted to fly away without saying goodbye to Solomon, who is a character that we know? No, because this is a chapter from a larger story, which I am kind of interested in now. I should like awfully to sail on my boat just once more, he said wistfully to his sleeping mother. He quite argued with her, as if she could hear him. It would be so splendid to tell the birds of this adventure, he said coaxingly. I promise to come back, he said solemnly, and meant it too. And in the end, he flew away. Twice he came back from the window, wanting to kiss his mother's on the forehead, but he feared the delight of it might awaken her. So at last, he played her a lovely kiss on his pipe, and then flew back to the gardens. Many nights and even months passed before he asked the fairies for his second wish, and I am not sure I quite know why he delayed so long. One reason was that he had so many goodbyes to say, not only to his particular friends, but to 100 favorite spots. Then he had his last sail, and his very last sail, and his last sail of all, and so on. Again, a number of farewell feasts were given in his honor, and another comfortable reason was that, after all, there was no hurry, for his mother would never weary of waiting for him. This last reason displeased old Solomon, for it was an encouragement to the birds to procrastinate. Solomon had several excellent seeing the word procrastinate is so funny here, actually. Because it feels like such a modern word, but it's not. It's just a word that's come back, I feel.
Yeah, I feel you.
Solomon had several excellent mottos of keeping them at their work, such as never put off laying today, because you can lay tomorrow, and in this world there are no second chances. And yet there was Peter gaily putting off, and none the worse for it. The birds pointed this out to each other and fell into lazy habits. But mind you, though Peter was so slow in going back to his mother, he was quite decided to go back. The best proof of this was his caution with the fairies. They were most anxious that he should remain in the gardens to play to them. And to bring this to pass, they tried to trick him into making such a remark as, "I wish the grass was not so wet," and some of them danced out of time in the hope that he might cry, "I do wish you would keep time." Then they would have said this was his second wish. But he smoked their design, and though on occasion he began, "I wish," he always stopped in time. So when at last he said to them bravely, "I wish now to go back to mother forever and always," they had to tickle his shoulders and let him go. He went in a hurry in the end because he had dreamt that his mother was crying, that he knew that was a great thing she cried for, and that a hug from her splendid Peter would quickly make her to smile. Oh, he felt sure of it, and so eager was he to be nestling in her arms that this time he flew straight to the window, which was always to be open for him. But the window was closed. And there were iron bars on it. And peered inside, he saw his mother sleeping peacefully with her arms around another little boy. Peter called, "Mother! Mother!" But she heard him not. In vain, he beat his little limbs against the iron bars. He had to fly back, sobbing, to the gardens. And he never saw his dear again. What a glorious boy he had meant to be to her. Oh, Peter, we who have made the great mistake, how differently we should all act at the second chance. But Solomon was right. There is no second chance. Not for most of us. When we reach the window, it is lockout time. The iron bars are up for life.
Damn.
Fuck!
That's fucking hard.
That's good! That is very nice. I like that.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, it does, like, it fits in here. I don't know if I would have put it in a horror anthology personally, but it fits, it works.
Yeah.
That is a good story. And God, that's really interesting. That is such an interest, because I've never read the, actual Peter Pan story, but I've never read this one, and now I'm super interested in it. That's dark. That's good. I like it. Very nice. Well, and that's the end of the stream, I guess.
That's the end of our story.
That's the end of our three stories that we read. 3 stories that we
Yeah,
read.
3 weeks.
I liked it a lot. That was very fun.
3 stories. One about an exceedingly hot gentleman. The second about the talking owl, and the third about Peter Pan.
Peter Pan, but if it was really dark. He's just being kept prisoner by the fairies is fucked up. Yes, that was very fun. I hope you guys enjoyed the spooky stories I read, and also that it was a face cam. Again, I will go back to just being a VTuber after this. But I hope it was nice.
Halloween.
Yes, it was only for Halloween. On Halloween only can I appear to you all in my true self.
Yes. Avoid
It's like you're showing you a real skeleton.
Yes.
Yes, I hope you guys enjoyed it.
Any other day of the year she appears invisible.
Yeah, I just, like, only my hands are visible usually, which is why you can see those. Yeah, no, this was very fun. I might do more facecam streams if people enjoyed it, because it is fun to be here fully,
Like uninhibited.
Yes, exactly.
Free dab.
Free dab. Did I miss any redeems? No, I don't think so. I think I just failed to. Oh, that explains it. Okay, never mind. Sippy. I will do a sippy. Thank you. I'm out of sippy. I will pour myself another sippy. Thank you for reminding me.
I need to also get a sippy.
Yeah, I'll do more facecam streams. I think it could be fun, honestly, to make all Book Nooks facecam streams. Cause
Could do.
yeah, cause like Book Nook usually is just. I mean, it's the same now. I am looking down at a book, and occasionally I look back at you, but. Because of the way that the face tracking works, when I have my VTuber avatar, if I look down like this, my eyes are just closed. I'm not looking at it. I'm just, I've always thought that like the VTuber avatar during Book Nooks was kind of an afterthought, not necessary,
Yeah.
And I can emote a lot more if I'm like this, I feel like this works better for Book Nooks.
You can also show like images from the book.
Yes, that too. Because I have a different book that is actually also, well, it's not about, it also involves fairies. It's about
Sleepy time.
Also we don't have to do the spooky ambience anymore. Ooh. Yes, so I have a different book that has a collection of Celtic fairy tales and legends and such, and those have nice illustrations. So if I'm face camming, then I can be like, "Ooh, behold!" Actually, I did see there was an illustration at the beginning of the Peter Pan story. Let me go back to that one. I will probably just read the other stories in this, honestly, because they were very fun. So what was it? Okay, there was one tiny little illustration at the end of the Peter Pan story. So that's nice.
Nice.
And the playing fields. Where's that one? Oh, one of these stories of a guy described as a big, strong man.
Shocking.
I don't know. I guess I do. Maybe. This one was for the playing fields. So those are the fairies harassing a guy, I guess.
So mean.
Sure.
So cruel.
So cruel.
Fuck the fairies.
Fuck the fairies, dude. Very fun book. I think it'd be fun to read more of it, but perhaps I will save that for other spooky occasions, such as Friday the 13th or something. Because I do want to get, if I'm gonna do Book Nook again, I want to get to that Yuri, this horror novel. Gay. Queer. Yeah, this was super fun. I hope everybody has had a very nice Halloween. Did anyone dress up for Halloween? Y'all in costumes?
No.
Anybody got any fun costumes on? No.
Sadly not. I'm stuck at home.
Anyone in chat? Well, I mean, you can still dress up. I dressed up in my nicest garb, you know. It's never, you know. I mean, I am goth, I guess, so it's not that different. It snuck up on me this year, no costumes. Aw. Well, you could. Make. To anybody who didn't put on a costume but wanted to, go to pony.town and make a scary looking pony, OC. Yes.
So
Yes.
true.
That is what you should do.
Make sure it is scary.
Make sure it is scary. I did yesterday. Today is sleepy day. That is nice. What did you go as, Webless? Wear my bear kigurumi. Nice. That is also very good. That counts. It counts as a costume.
Costumeless?
No, come on, it's fine.
No bitches. No paper.
No costumes.
No costume.
No tricks, no treats.
Fuck them.
Man, I'm so fucking man. I live in an apartment building, so I never get trick-or-treaters. I'm so fucking sad. It's very cold here this Halloween, so it's the only costume I can wear without freezing to death. Oh, the the bear. Nice.
Kigurumi.
Is it also called Inside? You have a nice warm drink then, don't you? Are we doing nightmare time? Nightmare. I think it was something else I wanted to do after the stream. But I'm not sure. You know what? I feel
We're
like...
gonna watch Witches.
Oh, we were gonna watch Wishes. Is that...
Wishes?
Did we say to do it today?
We did. We said we might. It depends what time you ended.
Right, well, okay, then that's what we're gonna do after the stream.
I hope we can, considering how bad the Discord screen share has been lately.
Yes! Oh my god, I hadn't thought about that yet.
It's weird though. I wonder if it's like only for you, because Naruto looked really nice.
Yeah,
Naruto's
I've heard that some other people have had some issues, but for me it just seems to be always, which is fucked up. Like, and it doesn't matter if I'm streaming or not, right?
No.
Like streaming Twitch.
Yeah.
So that's weird.
Gonna have to investigate.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll see. So probably we will not be doing Nightmare on Ponytown, which makes sense to some.
Nightmare.
But maybe who knows? Keep an eye out, I guess, in the Discord, which you can join if you want. But we're not plugging yet because we're not ending yet because we're still chatting. We're having fun chatting. You were a trash panda creature. Cute. No, not yet. You were a trash panda creature. That's very cute and nice. Yeah, it's been a while since I done something for Halloween. It's been a year. Well, like done something in costume for Halloween. I don't have a costume now either. I had a costume in mind. It was a very simple, bare bones costume. I would wear. Where is it, dude?
Also, I love that you have the curtains put up.
Yeah, right? I have curtains around my recording space for audio damping.
Oh,
It's a good idea.
It's very smart. I was gonna wear this one also just tonight, but I didn't because it's not so cold that I had to. But look at my favorite jacket. Ooh. It's got like
very nice.
beautiful embroidery on it.
Tell you what you should do for next year. You should get all the pieces to make a Golden Queen costume.
God, I would love to. But look, but it also doesn't look good with the headphones, so it's probably a good idea that I didn't do it. But the jacket is very cool. It's got like a nice big sleeve and stuff. And then I was going to have the hood up. I realized that it wouldn't have worked because of the headphones, but I could have used earbuds, I guess. But I would have had the hood up. I would have had a stuff covering my entire face, basically, so you couldn't see my eyes or anything. And then I would wear this. Oh, wouldn't that have been scary, Just imagine just only like those teeth out of the hood.
I'm so scared forever. I'm never going to recover. There's no headphones here, it's just me. It's just me.
Headphones.
I don't think anyone on this stream has quite got the idea that I am the one inside of the meme maker.
A few people got it, I think. There was one that was specifically about you and then also like pointed at you.
Yeah, no, okay. But it's me! I'm being attacked.
Yeah. So yeah, I did not go out. I wanted to go out and do something for Halloween today, but no one was available. So I guess I had to just stream for you guys. Aw, darn. But I had a wonderful time.
Having a wonderful time.
No, I had a great time. I hope you all enjoyed it.
A grape time. Don't look at me like that, something got look great.
Like what? I thought it was good. I thought it was a fun.
Okay, fine. Fuck you!
Fuck you! Fuck you! Anyway. That was not for you, Chad. Don't worry. It's not for you.
You're lucky you can't see me right now.
Does this look like a heart?
Yeah, it looks like a heart.
Kind of.
It does.
Sure. There we go. Also this one. This one's so cute. I love this one. This one's so fun.
It's so simple too.
Yeah, right? It's just a little heart.
Oh yeah.
It's a little heart. It's so cute. Now, yeah, I guess that's about it. I don't know if I have anything else really that I have to say. So yeah, Book Nook will return. I'm gonna try So Heartsies. I will do a poll. I will do a poll in the
Discord.
Yeah, I guess I'll do a poll in the Discord to decide whether or not I should make Facecam the default for Book Nooks. Yeah.
I never want to see you around here again.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry, it was a joke. I didn't mean it. No comeback. No, I'm sorry. Oh God, what have I done? Oh,
You shoot away, Zoe.
I'm such a bad person forever. I'm a criminal now. I feel bad. Anyway, my stream now. Hi
should.
everyone. My
Hey,
name's
no, that's
Judy.
fucking my stream. Fuck off.
Fuck you.
Fuck you. Anyway. we'll do a poll for that to see if you guys would like this to be the norm. It also, you know, it's gonna depend on my self-esteem at the moment, whether or not I actually go through it at every Book Nook stream, but I want to bring it back, and I think this helps, because I can be a lot more emotive, which is good when all I'm doing is sitting here reading a book. So, my next stream will be Friday. I will be continuing Sonic Superstars together with Daya. If you went to the last one, you might know that we did not have a very good time. It turns out that that's the multiplayer. The multiplayer fucking ruins the game, and without it, it's fine. And so we're going to be playing it without the multiplayer. So just in single player, Daya will still be there as a co-host, and it'll be a much better time.
Yes. The multiplayer makes you want to die.
Yes, it does. It is awful. No, that doesn't matter. Yeah, so on Friday, if you want to stay up to date with what I'm gonna do, we're gonna announcements for that or whatever. Exclamation with links, and you get a link that leads to my little website. That has all my links. They are labeled. You can figure it out. I believe in you. The Discord is the best place to stay up to date with what I'm gonna do, because you get a little ad here when I go live, but you don't have to worry about joining the whole community if you don't wanna, which is totally fair. All you get if you join the Discord is a stream announcement channel and a channel explaining the rules of the server and how to get into it if you want to, but there's no pressure. Do you two want to plug anything?
Yes, I'll plug myself. Hello everyone, my name's Jody. I stream at twitch.tv/dyinglight. I'm sure you know me by now. I had a great time here tonight.
Wait, you streamed today?
I did stream today. I streamed Blood, old 1997 first-person shooter, very Halloweeny. Blood. It's very fun. You should come check me out. I stream mostly first-person shooters, and also some chill games, but mostly I like shooting things. I like violence.
Blood.
Violence. Killing. Murder.
Ending lives. You guys know fucking Black and White, not the Pokemon games, the other games, Black and White.
Yes,
just called Black and White.
Not the Doggos, yeah.
Yes, Stefan Molyneux games. No, Peter Molyneux games.
Yeah, doggos. What are you talking about?
You have the big like pets.
Yes, the creatures. When
tigers and such.
one of your citizens, one of your believers, one of your people die, the game goes.
Cool.
I did not remember that.
That's fucked up, dude. And it's even worse. In the second game, the game like looks through your files on your computer to try to figure out what your name is, and if it is on a list of potential names, it'll go Jody.
Fucked up.
That's awesome. Like, I guess a chance, you know, it'll be like
Who killed them?
If they had my name, I would be.
Yeah, let's be honest, close
well, yeah,
on that
listen,
fucking
I'm just
list.
saying, like, as an example, you know?
Yeah.
That is so fucking
I would-
cool,
I'd be
though. That's so
freaked out.
good.
It is.
Anyway, yeah, this has been the stream. This has been delightful. I hope you guys had a very good. Oh wait, Claude.
Yeah. I don't want to. I came like very late, so I don't want to plug anything.
No, you have to. She's gonna make you.
I'm casting spells. Do it.
Ah, shit. Okay, fine. I'm gonna stream tomorrow. So if you wanna watch an Liza P, that's something you can do.
Yay!
Let me get my YouTube.
How many lies have you told so far?
Well,
I
P
think
is a
like
variable, so you can't really tell.
6.
Anyway, yeah, you guys
But
should
it's
go.
also
Sorry, again.
it's a fun game.
Yay!
Yeah.
You guys should go check out my friends, and have a nice time there. I'm gonna paint my nails because I'm self-conscious. And yeah, let's. We're gonna go rate someone, but thank you guys so much for coming to the stream. I hope you've had a wonderful time.
It was very fun.
Yay. If no, that's I guess I'm done. What's gonna be the raid message? What if Peter Pan was sad?
What if?
What if Peter Pan was a slow burn horror? was a very sad slow burn horror.
And the horror was the fear of being replaced.
Yeah, I feel like that's pretty good. Just this. What if Peter Pan was a very sad slow burn horror? What if a guy was hot and Irish? What if we just hold on a second? What if a guy was hot and Irish? What if an owl could talk? What if Peter Pan was a very sad slow burn horror? That's the raid message.
These questions are more answered in today's Zoe Gauntlet Queen stream.
I feel like that's a good one. Let's see. We will go ahead and raid.
I have a few, lots of options.
Yes, it is Halloween after all.
What if a guy was hot and Irish? What then? Much to think about.
Oh, you know, okay, let's see. Yes, we are going to be. Oh, but Hal's doing a special one. I never get to raid Johnny.
Who's Johnny?
Where's Johnny?
Johnny Cloverleaf.
I don't think I have them in my follow list.
Why Johnny?
Oh, I kind of want to raid Hell though, because it's a special event. Did I raid Hell like yesterday?
Halloween?
Or Halloween? Last? Who did I raid last?
That's what the Monster Bash is.
Yeah, I think
Yes.
it was. I think it was Hell you raided last time. No, it wasn't. It wasn't
No, it
Hell you
wasn't,
raided
right?
last time because I remember. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you didn't raid Hell. You haven't raided Hell recently.
Okay, well then I'll raid Hell. Sorry, John. I'm sure there'll be other options, but like this is a special event that I want to raid.
John is watching this and he's crying.
Everyone's streaming right now, yeah. What if you had a good dinner? Ooh, I might just go and have a little me second dinner.
A girl
Myself. A girl dinner. I might just have a little bit of a girl dinner, yeah. Questions to think about, truly. Okay, I can, for I am girl. We're going to be raiding Hell, who is doing the Monster Bash together with her friend, which is a special event that they do every year or so-ish, where they make creatures, beings, wrestlers, in fact. And they pit them against each other and see who wins, and whoever wins doesn't have to do an humiliating thing. It's an annual thing they do. It's fun. I actually discovered Hell last year during the same event, so that is very fun.
It's already been a year. What the fuck?
I know. And we're gonna go over there and have a really good time. So remember the raid message that I'm going to post again, just because I think it's fun. Thank you guys so much for coming. I hope you have a really good time. Thank you for being nice about me doing a face cam for once. And I hope you'll have a wonderful rest of this, my favorite holiday, Halloween. Yay! Yippee! Okay. Oh, and also, if you want to come along to Raid, but you're not brought along automatically, just stay in chat and I'll post the link and you can still come. Okay. Bye, everyone! Bye!
Thank you for coming.
Goodbye!
Farewell.
Bye! I can't leave the screen right now because I'm just here. So, you know what?
You can go behind the curtain.
Bye, everyone! Bye!
Bye.